shopping in a Benz, I like you, I do. I hit you in a leg, can you fit me in your plans? I like you, I do. We ran up at a friends and we woke up in Japan, I like you, I do. Oh girl, I know you only like it fancy, so I pull up in that Maybach candy. Yeah, your boyfriend will never understand me, cause I'm about to pull this girl like a hammy. Let's take a little dip, little lady. Hit PCH from Eddie. Yeah, I've been thinking lately that I need someone to save me. Now that I'm famous, I got all around me, but I need a good girl, I need someone to ground me. So please be true, don't around with me. I need someone to share this heart with me. Feel you out and run it back again. Oh girl, I like you, I do. I wanna be a friend, go shopping in a Benz, I like you, I do. I hit you in a lane, can you fit me in your plans? I like you, I do. We went up at a friends and we woke up in Japan, I like you, I do, I do.
Let me know when you free, cause I've been trying to hit it all week, babe. Why you acting all sweet? I know that you want a little me, yeah. Get a little OT, but it ain't new to a freak. Let me drop bands for that jewel in your teeth. He let the way I drip, turn that pool to the beach. And I coulda caught the burger, but I cops the lead. Why we got the same taste for the finer things. Brand new with the same routine. Now we got me on a leash, cause we said no strings. You know I'm cool with that. So you ain't get sued for that. Wonder what I might do for that. I could be a shocker where roof is at. 80 in the Benz when that roof go back. They don't wanna see us get too upset. I just got a feeling that we might be friends for a long, long time. You don't mind, and you know I like you for that.
Girl, I like you, I do. I wanna be a friend, go shopping in a Benz, I like you, I do. I hit you in a lane, can you fit me in your plans? I like you, I do. We went up at a friends and we woke up in Japan, I like you, I do, I do. I just want you, I just want you. Your heart's so big, but I just use. Just want you, oh baby, too. You like me too, girl, I like you, I do. I wanna be a friend, go shopping in a Benz, I like you, I do, I do.
All I need is your love tonight. All I need is your love tonight.
When you're tired, when you're lonely, you can just reach out and on.
No, I'll be there. I'll help you weather the storm.
Us together, nothing's ever felt more like home.
No, I'll be there.
You will never be alone.
All I need is your love tonight. 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 All I need is your love
In that moment when you're feeling like there's nothing at all,
Reach out to me, know that I'll answer the call.
us together, nothing's ever felt more like home. No, I'll be there.
You will never be alone.
All I need is your love tonight.
everybody. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. I see some familiar faces and some new faces. Before we get started with the event, I was going to introduce a couple of the sponsors. First, I'm going to start with our platinum sponsors, Align Lendy, Samantha Sheldon.
Well, I actually didn't know I was going to do this, so this is off the cuff. For those of you who don't know who I am, I'm Samantha Shelton. I am the broker owner at Align Lending. We are a team of mortgage brokers, and so what that means for you and your client is we are signed up with hundreds of different lenders, so we have the opportunity to actually shop your client's loan. We look for the best loan program with the sharpest rate and the cheapest cost. So going into that loan process, you're already starting out on top with your client. One of the reasons you should use a broker is we are able to take your client from submission to CTC in 15 days or less. I know you guys probably think that that's not true, but it absolutely is. We actually have some emails over here showing you the most recent 6-day CTCs, 10-day CTCs. And the way we're able to do that is we've really designed our process to be completely smooth from beginning to end, super transparent and seamless. We use an AMC that is called Appraisal Direct. So we're actually able to get your client's appraisal done in 7 to 10 days, which really speeds up that process for you. When you go to closing, there's never waiting to get that wire. There's no awkward silence. Our wire is sent by 9 a.m. So when you show up, it's a celebration. We take selfies. We do come to the closings. So if you've ever been sitting at a closing and had a hiccup and then you're like, oh, go to Applebee's, we'll see you in 2 hours. We bring our computers. We can regenerate those docs in 2 minutes. So closing just keeps moving on. Also, just a little side piece, we do attend open houses too to show value to you. We bring all of our marketing for you. We bring everything that you may need so that you can just show up and be an agent and sell the home. And we try to take that stress off of you. So brokers are better.
Next, we have Denise Mansfield with Farm Bureau Insurance.
Thank you very much, Lee. Nice to see everybody here today. I really want to commend you for being here because I think it's important to not just spend time doing kinds of these things like when everything is good or just when everything is bad. Relationship marketing and creating a center of influence that is powerful will help you in your business no matter what the market looks like. So my name is Denise Mansfield, and I proudly own Mansfield Insurance Group, which is a Michigan Farm Bureau agency located in Shelby Township. I do a lot of these kinds of events because I believe in the power of spreading education and empowering real estate agents and lenders to be able to have an intelligent enough conversation with your clients to be able to help guide them through the closing process totalitarily, including insurance. And so for agents, they might think that the insurance portion is just kind of the lender's bag. And so I'm trying to single-handedly, along with my team of 5 amazing women back at the office, change the way that people look at, understand, and use insurance as a power tool in your business. And so people who do insurance really well continually get an opportunity every 6 months, every year, whenever your client's life changes, for us to get in front of them again to just kind of remind them of how they got that connection, which comes back to you, which just continues to level you up. So we offer a full service of insurance products at my agency, home, auto, life, and commercial. When we help your client get to the closing table with good evidence of insurance and that invoice with the correct date, and if you need a date change, we can do that in about a minute, because I know that's a big point for the lenders and the agents in the room. We also talk with them about what it means to stay in your house. A lot of times, when you're closing a loan for someone, a lender or an agent might know that if that spouse maybe didn't come home, they would not be able to stay in that house. And so we take that extra approach to make sure that we're having the life insurance conversation to protect the mortgage, to be able to really take care of that family so they can be a 1, 2, and 3 referral client for you as an agent, as a lender, when they're ready for that next move. So if there's anything we can do for you, come stop by and see us. Denise Mansfield, Mansfield Insurance Group. Remember, you're not all set until we've met.
Next, we have Rick Richter with Cross Country Mortgage.
Thanks very much for having me here today. I'm actually honored, and you know, Lee and Julie, I'm just like super impressed what you guys have accomplished in the last 3 to 5 years. It's mind blowing, and I love to be a partner of you guys, and I appreciate the opportunity. But I wasn't really going to talk much about like loan programs or anything like that, but I kind of wanted to talk about the relationship that real estate agents can and should strive to have with their lenders. If you look around, these are people, these lenders are committed to your success. The only people that are more committed to your success are a spouse, a family member. We're intimately involved in doing our best to make you as effective as humanly possible. Ultimately, we benefit when you benefit, so our job should be 50% focused on bringing in more business. So I'm the branch manager of an Ann Arbor and a Plymouth office for Cross Country Mortgage. The Richter team is the #1 producing team for Cross Country Mortgage in Michigan. We handle marketing in my office, underwriting, processing. Everything is handled within 10 feet of where I place my butt every day. It's all right here. So we can move things along pretty quickly, but our main commitment is really to promote you. And so we left a sheet of paper on every table that kind of discusses the value add that we bring to our real estate partners. So with that said, thanks very much. Enjoy the symposium, and I hope you learn a bunch. Take care.
I got everyone's attention. Thank you so much for coming today. We really appreciate you attending our Listing and Leads blueprint. I'm super excited to be here. My name is Lee Moraitis, and I'm one of the co-founders of the Modern Agent Blueprint, along with my beautiful wife, Julie, and the rock star, Nicole.
You're rock star.
So the important thing that we strive to provide is collaboration over competition, and that's our #1 thing, #1 reason why we're here, providing this for you guys today. It's 100% collaboration over competition. We want each and every one of you to be successful in your real estate or mortgage career, and we're going to provide you a blueprint to make it happen.
Awesome. So I'm Julie Moraitis. I've been licensed for about 7 years now. So I'm like right there in the trenches with you guys. And to Lee's point, like we soon realized, like you guys we have to work together, right? This is a tough business, and like he said, collaboration over competition. So we just want to bring a ton of value to you guys today. This is our second event. Some of you were at our Level Up women's event, which was a few months ago. There's a lot more pink than blue. So we tried to kind of neutralize that, although I do see a predominantly female audience. I'm not sure what that's about, but anyway. So welcome to the Listing and Leads Blueprint, our second installment of our kind of like our tour, our Level Up tour, our Modern Agent Blueprint tour. If you guys aren't part of our Facebook group, pull out your phones and join the Modern Agent Blueprint group. We do masterminds every Tuesday, and always great value. So who's come to one of those real estate, kind of one of these type of things, but you kind of walk away with, it's like a bird's eye view. Like people aren't sharing all the stuff. They talk about all their production. It's it's just kind of like a skimming the surface. Well, that's not going to be what you're going to take away from today. You're going to come away with actionable tools, things that you can implement right away in your business. So that's what we strive to do today. You're going to learn to generate listing leads. You will learn how to do an amazing pre-listing presentation. We're going to see that today. Also, a kick-ass listing presentation. You're going to see that. And you're also going to see how to stand out on social media and get noticed, and to further add credibility to everything that you're doing. So I'm so proud to be in business with Nicole and Lee and Isaiah and Ben. Amazing business partners. Can't say enough about, but you'll see for yourself once the show gets started.
Don't forget Jen.
And Jen. Hi, Jen. I didn't mean to exclude you. Jen Kuzdale, she's been an amazing part of getting all of our vendors lined up and keeping us organized. There's so much that goes into this, which second time around it got a little easier, but I figure when it's time for my 3 girls to get married, I'll be like, I got this, right? Because and without Linda too, Linda is amazing. We can't do this without an event planner. Don't think you can, guys. We did not do this all ourselves, right?
If you guys ever need an event planner, go see Linda. She's amazing.
Right. And Jeff, too, our AV guy. You need a good AV guy, guys. You need a good DJ. You need a lot. But anyway, so I want to thank everybody for all, everything that you poured into this, because it's not easy, And also, we've got some amazing sponsors here that didn't speak, but I want you all to make sure you talk to them, visit them, grab the swag. You'll have more pens than you can use in the rest of the year or next year. So
let's name them off real quick. So first premier title, U.S. Bank, Lang Estates, Ren 360, Title Solutions, Jennifer at Caliber Mortgage, Title Partners.
Yeah, so make sure you guys on the breaks that you're chatting with them, and because we really appreciate this. Couldn't happen without them either. So during the breaks, definitely go visit their tables. A little bit of housekeeping. Restrooms are to the right, if you need that. There's still food out there, you guys. Feel free. We will have a raffle at the end, so please stick around. There's some really good prizes over there. Tiger tickets, gift cards, booze baskets, stuff like that. Booze, lots of booze. I think every basket has it.
That's what real estate agents need,
right.
More booze.
And enjoy your back-to-school notebooks. So we have those for you. So take good notes. Give them to your kids. Use a few pages. They can have the rest. So we've got a jam-packed schedule. We will have 2 10-minute breaks right around 12:30 and 1:30. So if you guys need to, and you're free to come and go. Don't worry about that. So okay, get ready. We're going to bring the ton of value and a ton of heat, you guys. So get ready for our first speaker.
So I want to introduce Isaiah Colton. I met Isaiah about a year ago. He's been a guest speaker on the Modern Agent Blueprint. He's a friend, mentor, business partner. He's built 3 multi-million-dollar businesses, and he has a digital marketing company that is going to transform your business. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Mr. Isaiah Colton.
Everybody, who's ready to have some fun today, say yes. Oh my gosh, that was weak, folks. For the Modern Agent Blueprint, that was really weak. Who's ready to have some fun today, say yes. Okay, all right, so I gotta be honest with you. I speak all over the country, and it's like a Morgan here right now. On a scale of 1 to 10, this is like a negative 652. So I need you guys to get your energy up for me a little bit. Stand up for me, all right? Get the energy up here a little bit. So I wanna, and I'm doing this for a reason. You'll know why, all right? But if you're ready to have some fun and learn how to make some money today, say yes. Yes. All right, awesome. So I'm gonna ask for a commitment from you. You guys can sit down. I'm gonna ask for a commitment for you. I'm gonna give you my all over the next 45 minutes. I'm gonna bring the heat. All that I ask is that you guys do the same thing. You guys stay engaged. So can I get your commitment to stay engaged over the next 45 minutes with me? Say yes. Yes. One more time, say yes. Yes. Okay, awesome, great. So I just want to, let's see if my clicker is working here. So what we're going to be talking about, as Julie mentioned, is we're going to be talking about generating leads, but we're going to be doing it in a little bit of a different way. We're going to be focused on seller leads. Who would love more seller leads? By show of hands. All right, only 2 people, great, awesome. Who would love more seller leads by show of hands? Okay, so then what we're gonna do is we're gonna get into what it takes to actually convert those leads, because one of the cancers and problems in our industry is we focus too much on lead generation and not enough on lead conversion. So, right, who agrees that it's one thing to like get leads, and by show of hands, it's a totally different thing to actually convert that lead into a closing, right? Totally different art and science, right? So, and then there's a fine balance in our business, because what we want to make sure that we're doing is we want to make sure that we're getting business now, but also we're building a brand for the future. So we're not always chasing business, but over time we can actually attract business. And some of the things that I think this is a really important conversation to have, and when I have it, it's very controversial. Because you have one group of people, they're like, build a brand, build a brand, build a brand. Another group of people, they're like, cold call, go chase after business and just cold call. Well, the reality is like neither one of those extremes work, right? Because neither one of them achieve the overall objective. And so what I would submit to you, there's a way that you can actually generate seller leads without cold calling, and work smarter, and then build a brand along the way strategically, so that way over time you start attracting more business and you can achieve it all, okay? Who likes the sound of having it all versus one or the other, right? So that's what we're gonna talk about today. And so I'm gonna kick it off, and I just wanna kind of give you the framework of where this came from and where this training was inspired, or how this, like what inspired this training. So when I first got in real estate, one of the things that really frustrated me is because the knowledge base was so fragmented. I'd go learn about video marketing, I'd go learn about lead generation, I'd go learn about prospecting, I'd go learn about this, that, but I didn't know how to like take it back and apply it into a strategic game plan. By show of hands, has anyone else ever felt that frustration where like actually having like two people, okay? So great, so like seriously, like actually like having a framework to like follow, to build. And I got so pissed off and frustrated because I'm a driver. Like if I get something on my mind, I'm gonna go do it. Like get out of my way, right? Is anybody else like that? Is anybody else a driver here? A couple people? All right. Rest of you, we got to work on that a little bit, right? We got to work on that a little bit. But one of the things that frustrated me so much about the industry is there's so much great information, but it wasn't systematized. And that's what I love about the Modern Agent Blueprint, is they really bring people in and they bring systems in to help do this. And this is what we've been collaborating and working on together. So I'm going to give you just like a really quick rundown before I get into lead generation, because I want to make sure you walk away with a blueprint. I want you to leave here so jacked up and excited about real estate that you can't help but take action, because now you have like a clear focus. Say yes if you can get excited about that, right? Yes. Awesome, all right. We'll work on it a little bit. So, all right, so the first thing that I want to share with you, this blueprint that I'm up on the screen, it's really the fundamentals of any business. So as Lee mentioned, I grew 3 multi-million-dollar companies. One of them was in real estate, so I started off, and I'll tell you the backstory a little bit, but we went from 51 to 151 transactions the first year, and then we opened up a broker-to-broker referral program, and we did well over 1,000 transactions. And this is the blueprint that developed along the way. So the first thing, and please open up your notebooks, because I'm gonna go rapid fire here and you're gonna wanna take notes, okay? So make sure everyone's got your notebooks open. And the first thing is your database, okay? So your database is your most precious asset, and I want you to remember that. We're gonna talk more about that a little bit later. But without your database, you really don't have anything. Without your contacts, without your relationships. Somebody got up on stage and said the power of networking, developing a referral base. So without your database, you don't have anything. And so if the core of all of your marketing, you're not really hyper-focused on your database, you're missing out in a big way. By show of hands, who can agree with that? That just makes logical sense, right? So then what we do is we move to lead generation, because once you have your database organized, it's really important to make sure that you feed your database, to make sure you're growing your database, because, and I want you to write this down, if your database is not growing, it's dying. Because if you're not nurturing your database, if you're not adding new contacts to your database, and staying in touch with your database, it's not getting more valuable. Does this make sense to everybody, right? It's not gonna get more valuable. It's just the contacts go bad, names, people move, right? And guess what? They're gonna do business with the first realtor that's in front of them. So if you're not in front of them, they're not gonna do business with you. That's just the reality of in a lot of cases. And then we move to lead follow-up. And this is where I think the number one problem is in our industry is we get the leads coming in, then we have to figure out how to leverage technology and automation and have good scripts and dialogues to be able to follow up with our clients. And Then we move on to social media and video marketing. Okay, we move on to social media and video marketing. And a lot of people think, oh, well, I'm just posting on social media, and social media doesn't work because I'm not generating any new leads. You got it all wrong. You got it wrong, folks. That's not the mindset. Your database, your social media is an extension of your database. Does that make sense? So it's not only to generate new leads, it's a way to stay in front of your current database, stay in front of your clients that should be in your database, stay in front of the future opportunities, your sphere of influence. And then you move to lead conversion, right? This is the art and science of being able to influence somebody, right? And I don't know about you, but like when I first got involved in sales, I knew nothing about the art and science of communicating and influencing somebody. But who came across that reality check when you got your license? You had to learn a whole new skill by show of hands of the art and science of influence, right? Nobody really taught you that you're gonna have to learn that, right? And we have to focus on it. And then obviously the client experience. And this is where it's the connecting piece to the whole blueprint, is that if you focus on serving your clients, building value in your clients any way that you can, the referrals just keep coming back to you, and you build massive momentum in your business. And then if you ever decide to grow a team or be a part of a team, that's really, really important part is, and I want you to write this term down, leverage. And we're gonna be talking a lot about leverage today. Leverage is making a decision to make sure that you have the resources in place to be able to grow your business. Because who agrees it takes resources to grow this business, right? Growing this business without resources can be extremely frustrating, right? And so we're going to be talking about that. Is for some of you, you might want to consider being on a team. For some of you, maybe you're just not investing in the right places. We're going to talk about the ways that you can get leverage. But I want you guys to do a quick checkup from the neck up and ask yourself, if you scored yourself 9 or 10 on every single one of those components on this screen, if you could double your business in the next 14 to 18 months, right? By show of hands, if you feel like you could double your business in the next 14 to 18 months. And so that's what the blueprint is about. And I'm super excited about this blueprint and what it does and what we're going to provide here today with the training, because we've had over 11,000 people actually go through a challenge to implement this blueprint into their business. And coming off of the challenge, the average registrant of this challenge has done 2 to 3 more transactions the following month than they used to do. We've had some people do 7 to 10 listings joining our challenge, applying this blueprint within 30 days, right? Within 30 days. And 8 out of 10 people that actually tried applying this blueprint and went after it had a positive experience. And this is one of my favorite things. 47%, everyone who joined the challenge that actually applied the blueprint saw a 47% increase in seller leads, right? And then on average, when you apply the blueprint, what people don't know is that part of following a blueprint is having systems. And when you put systems in place, you actually bring back time, right? And that's what this is going to do. It's going to give you actually time back. So for every hour you invest in actually applying this blueprint, you're actually going to get 3 hours back over time if you actually do it the right way and follow it. So with that, we've had over 8,355 agents join and participate in the full challenge out of the 11,000 that have registered, and they've seen awesome results. And so I'm going to give you, the reason why I'm sharing this with you is because I'm going to give you guys an opportunity to join a 7-day challenge at the end. It's a free challenge to take some of the things that we're going to learn and actually apply them. So that way you're walking out here not with just the knowledge, but you can actually go apply them. But by show of hands, who agrees the application of knowledge is a lot more important than just sitting here and learning? By show of hands, right? The application of knowledge is way more important. And what we find is, the reason why we're doing these challenges is we find that people walk out and they get all excited, but they're not in an environment to actually win because they get distracted by the phone call with the problem that they're running into, the kids. Anyone know can anyone relate to me, right? Like you get all excited and you're ready to go do something and you're like, and you get distracted and then you forget about it, and next thing you know, you're like, oh, I learned about this awesome idea a year ago and I haven't freaking done a thing with it, right? So we're gonna solve that problem for you today. You're gonna walk out here and you're gonna have a laser focus for the next 7 days to be able to go take action and get real results. And why I know this works, because Ben Lang is one of them. That's why I was so excited when I was invited to come speak here on behalf of Ben Lang, is because Ben Lang took this blueprint and this idea, and he implemented it in his business. He's going to share some of his numbers with you, but like, and don't quote me exactly. He knows his numbers a lot better than I do. But in 2018, he did like 8 transactions. 2019, he did like 22 transactions. 2020 to 2021, he got up to like 70 transactions. He's on pace to do like 100 plus transactions this year. Who agrees? That's some pretty freaking awesome growth. And the thing is, yeah, let's give him a round of applause, right? Let's give him a round of applause. That's really, really awesome growth. And again, he's going to share his exact numbers with you. But one of the things that I saw and noticed about Ben was he took those different components and he was just hyper focused on taking one at a time and improving it, coming back and learning and looking, watching, A/B testing, coming back and then improving it, and then working his way around that wheel. And then at each stage, I just saw a breakthrough happen in his business, a breakthrough happen in his business, a breakthrough happen in his business. And that's why I have no doubt 2-3 years from now, he's going to be doing 400 or 500 plus transactions, and he's going to have a monster team. So give Ben one more round of applause. He did a great job. And it's the same thing with Nicole, who's also going to speak. And they're going to be speaking here today. And Nicole, here's the thing. I'm going to be transparent. I hate social media. I hate it. But I've had to get used to it, right? Who hates social media? Let's be honest. Okay, I got 2 honest people in the room. Okay, that's good. So I don't like social media. Like, I don't like the idea of having to do a story and show people I'm going to the gym and and then oh, here's what happened with a transaction and here's this beautiful house. I just want to work, right? And so, but I've had to work really, really hard because here's the thing, it's not about me. And I want you to write that down on your paper. It's not about you. You see, when you choose to be in real estate, you actually choose to be a servant. You choose to add value. And so it's important to make sure that you realize you're not in a business for just going out to get transactions. It doesn't work that way. You will not succeed if you have a mindset where you think that it's all about you. And so what happens is any single time that I get into my world, if I don't want to do something like social media, I surround myself with people that are better at it than me, right? I look at that as a model and I use it as inspiration because it's a lot easier, and I say, you know what, if they can do it, I can do it, right? Who's ever been around some people that have been very successful that you're like, how the hell did they do that, right? Anybody know what those people are like, how did they have that success, right? Well, look, they did it, right? So that should inspire you that you can do it too. And so one of the things that I love about what Nicole's going to talk about, she's going to show what she's done to just build an awesome real estate business and to help leverage social media to do that. I can't wait to hear about that too. Okay, so and then I'm really excited to hear about that too. You can give her a round of applause. Now I'm going to get into the core training. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I think I want you guys to get to know me a little bit. Lee mentioned I've been in sales and marketing for 18 years. I built 3 multi-million-dollar companies. 2 of them actually hit the Inc. 500 fastest growing companies. And to date, I've never, ever raised institutional funding. So I know exactly what it's like to build a business on your own cash flow. And I did it in real estate too. I told you my story about real estate. And over the past 7 years, between all the companies, we brought in $33 million in revenue. And I don't share that to brag in any sort of way, but to share with you that if I can do it, anybody can do it. I grew up in a really, really small town. I have slight dyslexia. My school grades are horrible. I had to study 2 to 3 hours for a test where my friends, whatever, they could not study and get perfect grades. I had to go to special classes because I had to take my tests orally, because if I took them orally versus paper, I'd get just the way my brain worked, right? And it was an extremely frustrating process. And I grew up on a farm that was kind of going down, and so things were really, really tough, and it was hard. And one thing that my dad did teach me, though, he taught me work ethic. So my first business I actually started in high school mowing lawns, because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be able to do sports, because we just didn't have the money to go do the things that I wanted to do with sports. So that was kind of my first taste in okay, if I work hard, I can do what I want to do, and I learned that early on. And so then I moved to work for an advertising agency after school. From 2007 to 2013, I learned what it meant to actually run a startup. Got really good at sales and marketing, and we hit the Inc. 500 there. And then shortly after that, my son was born in 2009. I have a beautiful 10-year-old. Okay, how many mothers and fathers we have here? Okay, they motivate us, right? right? They motivate us. And that motivated me, right? I'm like, you know what? I want to figure out how to go to the next level. So I started studying sales and marketing on a whole different level. And I decided to become an investor. So I started investing some of my money in real estate. And then along the way, I actually met these two guys, they're independent broker. It was independent brokerage. They were doing like, 50, 60 transactions, and they were kind of stuck. But I got really good at lead generation. And so what I did is I did this lead generation campaign to get them notice of defaults. Back in, remember, anybody do notice of defaults here? Anyone crazy enough to do short sales back in, got a couple of people, right? But anyway, I got their phone to ring off the hook, and they're like, what did you do? How did you do that? And I'm like, well, if I show you, I'd have to kill you. So, no, but like kidding around, they're like, so how do we work together? And so make a long story short, I bought into that brokerage, and it was my responsibility basically to help grow that brokerage. And so we did what every other family does. My wife went out and got her license. My mother and father-in-law got out a license. We became a team, and we grew that brokerage to 151 transactions the very next year, and then it just kept growing and growing from there. And we ended up doing around 1,000 transactions a year between a broker-to-broker referral program that we launched in the brokerage. So I want to share with you that I have experience not in just real estate, but other businesses too. And to write this down, it's important that you learn from other people besides this industry. Because there's a lot of people that have awesome ideas besides people in this industry. Now you should learn from people that are in this industry as well. And here's what I found. And this is probably, I'm guessing, going to be the biggest takeaway that you'll that you'll leave with here today. Is you need a sales and marketing plan. You need a sales and marketing plan. 90% of realtors surveyed that they do not feel equipped in the modern world to execute on a marketing plan. And let's be honest here today. How many of you have a strategic marketing plan that you're executing on a daily basis using modern day technology and digital marketing by show of hands? And I don't want anybody to feel bad here, because guess what? That's 90% of real estate, right? And we're wondering why we're struggling. But the struggle is real, right? Because we're caught between old school methods, new school methods, information overload, and we're like, what do we do, right? And so this is what happened with me, and once I started doing this research, this is where my breakthrough was. Because I was the person that went to all the conventions, I was the person that got all excited. I was the person that had all these great ideas, but I couldn't figure out how to apply them. And then in a moment of frustration, I was sitting home late at night, and I'm like, I got to figure this out. And so for me, what I did is I started writing down all of the marketing ideas, and I just put them on a piece of paper. And I put them down on a piece of paper, and I wrote them all down, all the things, all the sales and marketing ideas that I wanted to do. And then what I did is on that piece of paper, I took out a calendar. It wasn't as fancy as this one, but I just took out a calendar. And I just started writing in all the things that were actionable, that I could do, and I could take action on. And then I wrote some other ones that I probably couldn't take action on because maybe I didn't have like the resources or the know-how yet, but I wanted to do it someday, and I put that in a different color. And so I kind of like color-coded it. And I color-coded my calendar, things that I could do, things that I wanted to do in the future. But after probably like a couple late nights and a few glasses of wine, I came up with this blueprint. And I'm like, wow, if I could just execute on that. And then I went out and I started executing on it. And I'm going to give you a formula here that I want you to write down, because this is what I call the ultimate success formula. I want you to write this down, because this is what I did. And I learned this from my mentor. I would take action, and I didn't worry about the result. So the first step of the formula is take action on whatever you're trying to do, and don't worry about the result. The next step of the formula is you track the result. You look at what the result was, and you do some A/B testing, right? So once you track the result, you analyze it, and then you look at it. You say, okay, I'm going to do some A/B testing, and then you go back out and you take action again. Who agrees by show of hands? And everyone should raise their hand. That's a pretty simple formula, right? Folks, this is the formula of millionaires. This is what millionaires do. They develop a plan. They take massive freaking action, massive action. They don't worry about the result. Then they analyze the result. They tweak it, adjust, and then they go out and take massive action again. And folks, that's how we've been able to build every single company that we've ever built and do it successfully with my partner and I, who's Scott Tartaglia back there, is because this is what we do. And I want you to write something else down, because here's the problem, and I know it's going through your mind right now when I say that. Fear is entering your mind right now as I say it. I can see it all over your faces, some of you. Okay? I see it all over your faces. It's fear. It's fear of worrying about what they're going to think about you if you post the video, worrying about what you're going to say if you make the phone call, worrying about how to word the text, right? Worrying about how to figure out all these different things. Is that legitimate? Like, by show of hands, let's be honest with each other here today. Who has those fears? Let's be real. How we look on camera, all those different things, right? That's what happened with me. But once I realized that if I detach myself from the emotion of the result, and here's what I want you to write down: never work towards perfection, work towards progress. See, too many of us are working towards perfection, and we're putting so much freaking pressure on ourselves because of it. Because we think that we're working towards some perfect moment or some place in time or some magical thing that if we just arrive there, and that's why we shut ourselves down. We subconsciously shut down because the pressure's too high. Where if we work towards progress and not perfection, there's not much pressure, because here's the thing: I don't have to be perfect to shoot the video. I don't have to be perfect to do the post. I don't have to be perfect to figure out the text message campaign, right? I don't have to, because I'm not working towards perfection. I'm working towards progress. Who's just had a breakthrough moment, by show of hands, if you go out and apply that strategy right here? One person. I suck. All right, I'm leaving. No, but seriously, that should be a breakthrough for you, because if you work towards that and you shift your thinking towards progress, then you're going to start taking more action. And that's what's required to be successful, all right? And so this blueprint's going to help you. If you want to get access to this playbook and this calendar and all the advice in it, you can go to www.salesandmarketingplaybook.com, salesandmarketingplaybook.com, and you can actually just get a free download. It's a free download with an optional purchase of the hard copy, okay? Oh, awesome. That's great, thank you. So, QR code on the table if you want to scan it. It's great, thank you. All right, so here's the current status of the market, and this is where we have to have a shift, okay? A little bit of shift here. 40% of people between 30 and 50 are constantly online. 90% of people won't answer the phone, right? If you've been making phone calls, right, and you're a caller traditionally like I was a cold caller, right? My answer rate's gone down about 50%. And anyone else that's still calling out there relate to that the answer rate's going down a little bit, right? Well, it's happening. So the world's changing. People are 3 to 8% more likely, would prefer to actually work with somebody and people are 3 to 8% more likely to refer somebody to a realtor. There's a typo there. Refer somebody to a realtor that has social media. So if you're wondering how to get more referrals, well, guess what? What are they doing? They're Googling you. They're looking you up. They're like, so they want to see you and get to know your brand before they do business with you, right? Most realtors have no social media plan. None. So yet, we have people, the general population is 3 to 8% more likely to refer somebody to a realtor that has a social media presence, but most realtors don't have one. Major problem, right? So hopefully a little bit of conviction level here why we need to make sure we get our marketing plan going. So 90% of realtors feel like they're not aligned. They're misaligned with how to actually do this properly. So how many people feel misaligned to how to do this properly? If you do, you need to join the challenge, because we're going to fix that right away. And that's what I love about Ben Lang's team, is he's got all of this working on all cylinders. He's got a whole system that is plugged, that his team has just got rocking and rolling. We've worked on it together. He's worked on it independently and with me over the years to make this happen. Because here's the reality, okay? The old way is dead. The old way is dead. It's gone. We have to transition to the new way of doing things, and we can't let our fears stop us. The old way of cold calling, door knocking, just kind of hoping and praying for referrals. Referrals come my way. Referrals come my way, right? Those things, that is dead, right? It's dead and gone. And so the new way is digital marketing. It's automation. It's social media. It's smart prospecting. Okay, I want you to write this down. you need to leverage digital marketing to help build the relationship. You need to leverage digital marketing to help build the relationship, so that way when they're ready to do business with you, you're following up in a smart way. You're prospecting smart. So that's why I don't believe in cold calling anymore. I don't believe in ever making a call to anybody that has not engaged or put in their information into a capture page or has some sort of drip or email campaign associated with it, or interacting with your database in some way, shape, or form, because you just don't have to anymore. There's such smarter ways to do it. And that's what I love about Ben's team. He's got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of leads coming in, and they're being nurtured by text messages and automation, and they have what's called a smart list. So who would like to wake up in the morning, and instead of figuring out who you're going to call, right, you wake up to a smart list of people that are actually interacting with your content to make a phone call. By show of hands, like does that sound attractive to you? Right? Even the mortgage people should raise their hands on that one, right? And by the way, it doesn't matter if you're in mortgage or in real estate. It's the same blueprint, okay? It's the same blueprint. So, and then focusing on problem versus solution, which we talked about. It's not thinking about all the reasons why you can't do it. It's identifying the problem and immediately moving towards the solution with that success formula that I gave you, okay? And so that's the core of the blueprint. And here's the thing, folks. This is why I'm so passionate about doing these events, because the old way is why 87% of agents are failing. It's because they're caught up in the old way of doing things. They're not doing things the new way, doing things of what it takes to be successful in today's world. So like the old way, it has to be like something that you run from. You just run from the old way. And you take massive action working towards the new way of doing digital marketing, new way of doing business. And that's what Ben Lang's team is doing, okay? So with that, I'm going to get into some practical things that you can do right away to get business, okay? Here's some practical things that you can do right away, and we're going to take a deeper dive. And what's my time count? I want to, how much time do I have left? Does anybody have a time count for me? 30 minutes? Okay, perfect. All right, so here's the biggest opportunity, and write this down. The biggest opportunity to double your sales is right in front of you. It's your database. It's your database. Now, I know there's some limiting beliefs around this, because we have some new agents here. We have some agents that have been in business for a long time, okay? But how many people have met 100 people in their life before? You know 100 people in your life, okay? Get their freaking names and start developing relationships with them. Like, there's absolutely no excuse not to be successful in real estate. And what you can do is you can do simple things, which I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you how to stay in touch with them so you're not a nag, you're not hunting them down, you're not these old school ideas where you're chasing people around, but you can actually create an environment where they look forward to hearing from you. Who likes the sound of that, right? Where you can come for where you're adding value instead of chasing people, right? So we're going to show you how to do that. But your database, and I want you to write this down because people don't often understand what your database is, but here's what it is. It's your sphere of influence, it's your past clients, it's any new leads that you've generated, and it's also a geographical farm that maybe it's not a lead that you generated, they haven't put their information to a capture page, but you're nurturing a geographical farm or an area, right? So a database is basically any segment of any segment or any lead type that you want to nurture and grow relationships over time. That's how we define database. So when you start thinking about databases like this, there's actually like some really, really effective ways to grow your database. And I want to ask you guys, how much is your database worth to you? Like, if I was to come up to you, how much would you sell your database to me for? No. She's like, see, the successful agents, as they grow their business, they realize that's the answer I get. $500,000, $1 million, $2 million, right? Right? Because the reality is if I was to come to you and I was to ask you what your business is worth, right? The first thing I'm going to look at is what you're doing with your database. And it's the same thing with a lot of companies. If I was to go, I've had one of my digital marketing company, I've had it evaluated, and one of the parts of getting that company valued in the marketplace is they look at your past clients, your marketing systems, how many people did you have in your database? It's a huge part of your evaluation, right? So here's what I find, and the reason why I asked that question is because most people are like, oh, it's priceless, or like, it's worth so much to me. Well, here's what I want you to write down. You need to take the same action working your database as much as you value it. You need to, if your belief system is like you value your database, you need to make sure your actions reflect how much you value your database. Because the truth is, your database is only as valuable as actually what you're doing with it. That's the truth. Because if it's just a bunch of leads just sitting there or contacts sitting there, who agrees it's not very valuable, right? So that's number one. That's first and foremost. And for most of you, if you just hyper-focused on developing relationships with your database, you could easily do another 10, 15, 20 transactions just by focusing on that, okay? This is why lead conversion's horrible. We have a 0.4% to 1.2% conversion rate on leads, because we're all hyper-focused on the lead generation part of the business. Oh, where's my next lead? Who's guilty of this? Am I the only one? Like, this is like a major breakthrough for me. Like, if you're guilty of this thing, where's my next lead? Where's my next lead, right? And so what we have to do is shift our thinking and saying, hey, the leads are there, but if I don't have if the foundation of my business is not focused on nurturing and developing relationships, and I'm not booking appointments and closing deals, what am I doing? Right? It doesn't matter how many leads you have coming in, folks, right? It doesn't matter, right? So a couple ideas on how to make sure that your database is being nurtured and worked the right way. I want to give you a couple ideas here. And if you decide to join, and when you decide to join the 7-Day Challenge, I'm going to break this down methodically so you can implement it. But I got to go rapid fire here. Your database should be broken up into A, B, C lists, and even some people do like a D list. So what that is like, and I have slides that will talk more about this coming up, but it's identifying where your leads are at, the status that they're in. Most people, 90% or more of realtors, have no idea what's happening with their database. They don't know, they don't have a 30, 60, 90-day pipeline, right? They don't know if they're 6 months out, they don't know where they stand. So a huge part of this is time frame. If you want to write that down, time frame. You should be organizing your database based on the time frame. So for a lot of you, you're going to want to just start off with like a big pond. Okay, here's where you start. You just have a big pond, and what you do is you work and you start nurturing that pond, and you find different ways to leverage digital marketing and work the pond, which we're going to talk about. And then as you're working it, you start categorizing them into A, B, and C lists. And some people have a D list if your CRM lets you do that, okay? And then what happens, it's really kind of cool once it builds out, because you can start creating more predictable results. And I want you to write that down, predictable results. If I was to work with you one-on-one and coach you one-on-one, okay, I could pretty much tell you what your future looked like financially in the next 6 to 12 months just by looking at your 30, 60, 90-day pipeline. I could and I've done it like hundreds and hundreds of times. They're like, oh my gosh, and for most of the people it's scary because it's not good, right? Because we're not focused on building the 30, 60, 90-day pipeline. That's one of the things that Ben and I worked on a lot, and is making sure that we're hyper-focused on building a 30, 60-day pipeline. And because if we don't have that 30, 60-day pipeline, who agrees? Real estate, right, if whatever's happening in the next 90 days is a reflection of probably what the results are going to be like in the next 6 months. Does that make sense? So we have to make sure that our 30, 60, 90-day pipeline is strong. We're constantly adding people to it, right? And we're nurturing those relationships. And if you're going to invest in lead generation, which I'm going to give you some lead generation sources that are really good for seller leads, but if you're going to invest in that, you have to make sure that you have systems for speed to lead. So write that down, speed to lead. Okay, statistically, if you reach out within 30 seconds of the lead coming in, you're almost 50% more likely to actually talk to that lead than if you reached out in 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to say it again. If you reach out to that lead within like 30 seconds of its coming in, you're actually 50% more likely to talk to it than if you reach out to it in 5 minutes. Why? Because they're in front of the computer. They're opting into a form they're thinking about what they just put in, but the second they walk away from the computer or however they entered their information, then their mindset is shifted and changed. So speed to lead is very important. And if you get a hold of the lead and get the lead to interact the same day, okay, you're 80% more likely to actually set up an appointment with that lead than if you did not get a hold of that lead the same day. Pretty staggering statistics, right? But that's the reality. And then you have automated follow-up. So the thing I love about this list, a lot of what we're talking about is digital marketing here. We're not talking about our time and labor. We're talking about leveraging digital marketing. And automated follow-up. So having drip campaigns where you're talking to people through text, email, for some people it's direct to voicemail, but you're talking to people and they think it's you, but it's not really you, right? So intuitive, automated follow-up thinks that it's a real human being, but it's not really you, okay? And what happens is as they interact with the content, and they actually respond in a positive way or respond at all, it shuts the automation off, and then you follow up with it, right? And that's how you develop your smart list, okay? So then you have video prospecting. Most of you right now are not using video enough, okay? So if you find yourself sending text messages, start using video text messages because there's so much science that I don't have time to get into today about somebody seeing you through video of how it builds like and trust so much faster than a regular text message. Plus, a lot of you are offending people or you're being mistranslated in your prospecting efforts or in your follow-up efforts because you're using text message and you actually don't even know it, but you're sometimes offending people. And when you use video, it's a lot easier to get that message across, and you're not going to actually, they're going to actually hear your true message. Like, has anyone ever got pissed off by an email that was sent to you? Then you call them and you're like, oh, I didn't mean it that way at all, right? And meanwhile, like you're all sitting there pissed off. And so that's what happens with email and text. So that's why we're a huge advocate of using video, email, and video text. Because you're going to get your authentic message across. And then phone prospecting. Here's the difference. When I talk about this, a lot of this is controversial, especially for the people that are like prospectors and they're like, oh, no, cold calling's not dead, right, or whatever it may be. And my message is not to use the phone. My message is to use the phone in a smarter way. So instead of just like waking up in the morning and blindly calling 50 people that's in your sphere of influence. Okay? What I'm suggesting is you wake up in the morning and you look at the people that are interacting with your content in your sphere of influence, and you look at the people that have been responding to your text message with the leads that you have in your database, and those are the people that you call, right? Makes sense, right? So those are the people that you call, and what happens is you can actually be more productive in less time, right? And you can get more done in less time, and that goes back to the word leverage, right? You're going to hear me say that over and over again, leverage. If you want to be successful in your business, in real estate, you have to be constantly, every single day, looking for different ways to get leverage. When you use video, you get leverage because you develop the relationship faster. When you smart call, you're getting leverage because you're working smarter. It takes less time to do it, right? When you have your automation set up, even though it took you a couple hours to figure it out, and it's frustrating, and nobody likes tech, right, to figure all this stuff out, you got the leverage. So that way, that leverage helps you work smarter. Social media remarketing, postcard marketing, all these different things, they're doing nothing more than giving you leverage. And that's why people choose to join teams. Because you can either go out and try to figure all this out on your own, right? And for some of you, that is the answer. There's nothing wrong with that. You can do it. If you plug into our my training and coaching program, we have a whole program. It's called Growth CEO, and it's designed to take you from independent contractor to thinking like a CEO and becoming a CEO and growing that out. That's what we did with Ben. But for most of you, you're not there yet. Most of you, you're so worried about your commission split that it would cost you double if you were to go implement this stuff and actually get the leverage anyway, where you could just plug into somebody's freaking team and call it a day and not have all the headache, right? So it's finding the balance and what's right for you, right? And that's really the key. But the key here is you need leverage. You have to leverage digital marketing and social media. If you're not, that's really the message. You got to leverage digital marketing and social media. Okay, so let's talk about lead generation. Here's the easy part. It's the easy part, folks. Okay, the easy part is lead generation. It's getting all this stuff set up and working that's the hard part. But that's where all the money's at. And that's why I spent so much time covering it. Does that make sense? Okay? So let's talk about lead generation through social media. There's some positives and negatives here. So if you're you can do paid ads on Facebook. There's a ton of companies that do it. We do it. There's tons of companies that do it. But the negative side is that it has a very low conversion rate and you gotta nurture leads. Here's the positive side though. With social media leads, it's a very cost-effective, low-cost lead. So you can build your database fast, and as long as you get the digital marketing strategy set up, okay, and you start nurturing your leads, they can turn into something that can be meaningful long-term, okay? Average conversion rate's 1 to 3%. Write this down. Don't focus on the conversion rate. It's not the only metric that counts. People are like, and when I say that, everyone's like, what are you talking about? Conversion rate is everything. No, your ROI is everything. Meaning, if you can get an ROI off of a 1% conversion rate and it was worth doing it, heck yeah. Now, that doesn't mean you don't want to get it to 2% or 3%. But the exciting thing about real estate when you're investing in social media leads, for $4 or $5 grand a year, you could get 500, 600, 700 leads, and all you really would need is like 3 of them to close. Your positive ROI, and you have 700 people more in your database. And this is where the light bulb should go off about digital marketing. How long would it take for you to network, go to events, contact your SOI? How long would it take you to build 700 people if you just did it like the old school way? It'd take you freaking forever to get 700 people in your database. If you use social media marketing, you can add 700 people to your database in a month if you want to. I have 1.2 million people in my database because of digital marketing, right? For our real estate business alone, that one part of our business, we have 33,000 people in our database. It wasn't because I went out and knocked on doors and added people to my database. It wasn't because I went out and decided to network and start adding all these people to the database. And I'm not saying those things are bad or whatever, but we need a better strategy. We need a better way, and that's digital marketing. So that's the positive thing about social media. There's something called forced registration. This right now more than ever, because Google's making massive moves to take over the market, and real estate teams are seeing this trend happen where it's called Google pay-per-click, or forced registration, is on fire right now. And the difference between this and social media is when a potential buyer or seller goes to social media, they're not thinking about selling a home, right? They're not thinking about selling a home. So when they put their information in, they need more nurturing. Okay, if you're following along with me, say I, right? So like if that lead needs more nurturing with social media, that's why it costs less. But Google PPC, it costs a little bit more. But the thing about that is they have a higher closing rate. They have a higher closing rate because you're actually going to Google searching, right? You're actually searching it out. Like, I don't know about you, but I've never went to Facebook and said, realtors in Troy, right? Never, right? But I go to Google all the time and search things, right? So it's the same thing. And so having a balanced approach is probably a good idea for a lot of people, but Google PPC, Google local service ads, really, really important. And again, if you plug into a team, a good team will already have all this set up. And then you transition to some more advanced things like working on your website. Things like when you get a property listing and that listing closes, that you update your Google My Business page. If you want to write that down, your Google My Business page needs to be one of your focuses, just like your Facebook page. So whatever you're doing on your Facebook page, you need to do the same things or whatever you can on Google, because it's going to optimize your profile for when people are searching for you to show up more on Google. And if you have, the nice thing about a team approach is you guys can work on that together, okay? But Google, this is the biggest pivot right now in digital marketing. It's making sure that you're treating your Google My Business page with the same respect as any other social media page. And when you do that, it'll reap you huge rewards, all right? And then we have some premium leads. Obviously, you have your Zillow, Realtor.com, referral sources. So when you join the 7-day challenge, I have a list of 30 different resources that you're going to get access to. They're all referral sources, meaning you don't pay up front for the lead. You just apply, and if they accept your application, you can get the referrals. And most of you can get accepted to a handful of them to at least get 3 to 5 transactions a year or more. So I see some people get 10 to 15 transactions a year or more just by applying to those referral sources. Okay. Average conversion rate is much higher on those because what's happening with those platform leads or those premium leads, they're actually going to that website. So they not only went to Google or social media, but they went from Google to social media to the website and put their information in. And so they're a lot further along in the buying and selling cycle. And that's why the leads they convert at a higher rate, but they also cost a lot more. And this is what I want you to write down. It's all about ROI. So if you're going to invest in lead generation, you have to say, what are you willing to pay versus what you're getting? And I want you to write this down. All leads are not created equal. Okay? All leads are not created equal. So when you're investing in lead sources, you have to remember that you're going to get what you pay for. If you pay less for the leads, you're going to have to nurture them longer. If you pay more for the leads, a higher percentage of them will be ready to go right now, and the rest will have to be nurtured. But that's one of the common mistakes that I see. And so here's another way to look at it. The further you get down the funnel represents how closer they are to a transaction. It's a very, very powerful slide. So I take a picture of it because I'm not going to have time to go through every one of these, but the further down the funnel, the closer they are to doing a transaction. Okay? And so when you start thinking about this, the stats start making sense. 90% are buyer leads, 10% are seller leads. You got a year from purchase, on average 1% to 2% closing rate, $6 a lead. Very inexpensive. And so you guys can kind of see the statistics about what's happening in digital marketing right now. Okay? Couple other things that are important. So if you're investing, especially in Facebook and Google PPC, and wherever you're at in the funnel, it always goes back to the follow-up. So I'm going to just take a minute to talk about this and end on here. Okay, here's some really important statistics. Take a picture of this slide. This is so important. This will make or break. This is the difference between demanding a 6-figure income, okay, and struggling and wondering where your next transaction is coming from is this slide right here. Okay, so 50% of salespeople give up after the first contact. Okay? 65% of salespeople have given up after the second contact, third contact, 79, fourth contact, 89. And if we look at the statistics, the majority of leads are actually converted once you hit the 8th and 9th and 10th outreach. You know why I love this slide? Because if I can just have a little bit of pig-headed persistence and discipline and set up a good follow-up strategy, I don't care if other people are buying the leads or not, or if it's a shared lead source or not, because if I have good follow-up, I'm going to win the game. I'm going to win the game. So literally, I can eliminate 90% of my competition just by having good follow-up. Who can get excited about that, right? Like, show of hands, but get excited about that. You can literally eliminate 90% of your competition just by having good follow-up systems in place, right? So we talked a little bit about this. Your hot leads are A-list, warm leads are your B-list. You can figure out the days out. That's all kind of customizable. People do it a little bit differently. C-list is lukewarm. Take a picture of this slide too, okay? This is a very, very important, powerful slide. And your D-list is your cold leads. You don't really know where they stand. They're really far out, and you're kind of sifting and sorting in your CRM as you're going, okay? The other important thing is to realize that some CRMs won't let you do a D-list. Don't worry about it. A, B, and C is enough, all right? So the other thing is when you're developing follow-up campaigns, you want to make sure that your frequency matches your follow-up. So I want you to write that down. Make sure that the frequency matches the type of lead that you're nurturing. So for example, would you agree you're going to nurture your A leads more often, right, than how you're going to nurture your B leads, and so on and so forth. So how Ben's team does it as a general rule, is if it's on the A list, they're gonna follow up with it once a week. So they're not only, the automation's running in the background, but they're actually gonna like physically follow up with it once a week. If it's on the B list, they're gonna follow up with it about every other week, okay? And then on the C list, once a month is the general pattern that he tries to build into his team, right? And I know we got Ben Lang's team here. Has that pattern helped you be more consistent? By show of hands, if this process helped you be more consistent, right? So, and that's what it's all about, folks. It's consistency, right? It's creating consistency in a process that people can follow and understand in the complex world we call real estate. Okay? So, a couple of common mistakes, and I'm going rapid fire here, but these are the most common mistakes that I see when people are building their real estate business in a digital world today. The first thing is you don't have the right expectations, okay? You're spending money on lead generation, or you're thinking about spending money on lead generation, and you think that they're all gonna fall in your lap and convert tomorrow, right? Or they all should wanna work with you. These people don't know who you are, right? It's our responsibility. I want you to write this down. It's our duty and responsibility to build relationships. See, when we got into real estate, we actually got into the relationship business. We didn't realize that, a lot of us, but we're actually in the relationship business. We're not in the real estate business. So if you're gonna be investing in real estate, you have to really make sure you're hyper-focused on building relationships. And some people are not going to want to build a relationship with you. Is that okay? Is that okay if some people don't want to build a relationship with you? I mean, you want to just date everybody, right? I mean, let's face it. Who has like that guy or girlfriend that you're like, you thought you wanted to develop a relationship with him, you got into it, you got a little cozy, and you're like, shoot, I'm out, right? I'm out of here, right? We all had that relationship. So not all relationships are created equal either. So we don't have to like worry about what people think or how they're going to react to us and be shut down by fear. And I want to give you something that's so powerful to me. It's called the SW principle, if you want to write this down, right? So some people will do business with you. Some people won't do business with you. SW, okay? Some people will wait to do business with you. So what? Next, right? We get so caught up, and I love that SW principle because it takes the emotion out of it, because a lot of times we don't take action because we have all these emotions. But if we take the emotion out of it and realize that these are human beings, and if we just focus on adding value, it'll shake out and it'll work itself out. And I want you to write that down. Add value. If you just focus on adding tons of value and being your authentic self, it'll work itself out. The numbers will play itself out. And the SW principle will serve you well. Second thing is no follow-up plans. Third thing, you're not using video in your follow-up plans. So if you have follow-up plans, most of you are not using video in your follow-up plans. Okay? Fourth mistake is most realtors don't take the time to learn what to say and how to say it, which Ben's going to talk a little bit more about. So when we actually go to make the call, we don't know what we're going to say, right? So another big mistake. 5, not prospecting smart. So just not really even like out there prospecting at all, but if you are, you're not doing it in a smart way is another mistake. And then also, they don't put themselves around people that can help them. You see, when we get involved in real estate, a lot of us wanted to leave our job because we hated our boss, or you wanted to be independent, or more time and freedom. So just out of curiosity, if you got in real estate because of the money, by show of hands, if you got in real estate because you wanted to make a lot of freaking money, raise your hands, okay? So if you want to make a lot of money, raise your hands. If you got in real estate because you wanted more time and more freedom in your schedule, okay, raise your hand, okay, time, okay? If you got into real estate because you just freaking love real estate, it's sexy to you, like you just find real estate sexy, raise your hand, like you just love it, yeah, oh yeah. Real estate is sexy, isn't it, right? So, we have our reasons that we got involved in real estate, right? We all have our reasons. For me, It was a kind of a combination of both, of all three, right? I saw it as an opportunity, and most people that have become independently wealthy have done it through some form of real estate, right? That really excited me. Right? Broke kid from Attica, don't want to be broke anymore. Opportunity to be rich and wealthy, I'm in, right? Real estate, let's do it, right? Then there's the time part of it, and here's the thing that happens though. Once we go out and get our license, we're hit with all this information, and there's so much to learn. And folks, you are not a real estate agent. You are, but you're not. You're actually a marketer. You're actually a marketer and a sales professional first. You just have a license because it's required to do real estate. And we have it freaking backwards, right? And so I want you to write this down. Your mission needs to be, moving forward, is to master the art and science of marketing and sales. And if you do that, that's how you're going to get the time freedom and the financial freedom and have the love of real estate all fall into place at one time if you focus on mastery of marketing and real estate. And I say this in the most humble way as possible. It does not matter what service-based business that you give myself or my partner Scott. Within 90 days, we'll have it up and running. Within 1 year, we'll be in the top 10% in the marketplace because we've mastered marketing and sales. We know how to generate leads. We know how to follow up with them. We know how to close them. We know how to nurture the relationship, develop happy clients, and get them to give us referrals. And because of that, you could drop us into any town, any city, any location. We don't need our SOI because we have that system down. And I want the same thing for you, to have that same power. Who would love to have that superpower, by show of hands? Where you can be dropped into any market because you've mastered marketing and sales, and you can, like, literally, you're unstoppable. It's just a matter of time, right? And so that's a big thing, is putting so there's two key, these 6 and 7 are in my opinion, like the most important because they're the big dominoes. Putting yourself around the right people. You're going to hear a story here in a second of this where Ben Lang has with the system he's developed, there's Stephanie, within like 60 days of joining the team, got 10 listings. Round of applause for that. Oh, she's here. Okay, awesome. So that's the power of putting yourself around the right people and the right systems, right? It's the power of getting involved in the modern agent blueprint, right? Those are people working towards the right systems. That's the power in that, right? And then leaving off with why every single person needs to join the 7-day challenge is because implementing, taking action on these ideas is what's important. Knowledge, and write this down, knowledge is absolutely worthless unless you take action. People are like, oh, I've read 100 books. Like, oh, I have my college degree. I have this certification. I have this. I have that, right? I've spent $200,000 at seminars. But yet, they're still trying to figure out how to get to 6 figures in their business or go to 7 figures because they're not applying any of it. But really, at the end of the day, though, it's not all their fault. They just have not realized that the missing link is putting themselves in the right environment. An environment to win. People that think the new way, right? People that are like Ben Lang, the modern way of doing business and not the old way of doing things. So if there's anything you take away, it's making sure that you're putting yourself in an environment to win and you're not trying to be a pioneer, okay? Anyone know what a pioneer actually, like the definition of pioneer? I'm kind of a geek when it comes to definitions. Like I look up definitions of common words, right? They're the ones that take the arrows in the back. They're the ones that die. Pioneers are the ones that get on the ship and they go across the sea and like 90% of them die and maybe 1% actually is remembered out of all the pioneers. Folks, stop trying to be a pioneer. You don't have to take arrows in the back. Just get in the right environment. Who can get excited about that, right? Not having to take the arrows in the back and figure it out. There's a blueprint. And that's what we're here that's what we're talking about here today, and we're going to hear more awesome information. And so the road to mastery and the cost of using time over money is everything. See, you have time and money. When you're building a business, you have time and money. Write that down. When you're building a business, you have time and money, right? And when you spend money, really what you're doing, yeah, you're trying to make more money. You think you are, right? Really what you're doing is you're leveraging your time to get to the next step. So you don't have to do the social media ad all by yourself, or you don't have to do all the videos all by yourself, or do all the paperwork yourself, whatever you're investing in. And so this is really the key, and this is the major breakthrough for me. This is by Dustin Grinnell. He talked about the art and science of mastery, and he breaks this process down and going from a novice to a master. Okay, so going from a novice to a master is like critical. And getting to master as fast as possible is huge, right? So we're fighting against time, folks. I've made millions of dollars. I've also lost millions of dollars. I've also made it back again. But you know what I can't ever get back? My time. So when I'm making decisions, I'm constantly processing what am I willing to give up in exchange to get time to get to the goal faster. By show of hands, does that make sense to everybody? Does that make sense to you? That's a really important thing to think about, right? And so the novice is usually running around and they're trying to be an overnight success. And they're scrambling, and they're actually in their scramble, they either get knocked out of the business or they're not they're so confused they're not doing anything. And so it's really important for a novice to get plugged into a system because the odds of them are failing are 90%. So if you're a novice in this room and you're not plugged into a system, the odds of you failing are 90%. And I hope you prove me wrong, by the way. I don't want anybody to fail, but it's the numbers. So if you're a novice and you want to be successful, you got to get yourself plugged into a system. Then there's the apprentice, and the apprentice is actually a dangerous stage too, because at the apprentice they start learning things, and they're called they're consciously incompetent, right? They're aware of that. And they have two choices, though. They can let their ego get in the way and and not do anything about it, or they can humble themselves and say, "Hey, look, I'm aware of what I don't know, and I need to. And because I'm aware of it, that's why I need to plug into a system, right?" And so this is where you see people going from 20 transactions a year to 30 transactions to actually going to the next level and going to 100 transactions when they've made a decision to go from apprentice to master, and they've realized there's some critical things that they have to do. Maybe hard work or a big network or whatever got them to a certain place, but now they got to work smarter, okay? And then there's the master. And the master has gone through a process of what I call immersion. If you want to write this word down, immersion, okay? So anything that you're trying to learn or any skill that you're trying to master, what you have to do is surround yourself with people that are trying to do the same thing, but you have to be dedicated to immerse yourself into it to hit that genius level. And that's really the art and science of the blueprint that we're talking about. It's taking people that are either novice or in the apprentice phase that are doing good for themselves but want to be great. How many people want to be great in the room? Your goal is not just to be good. Honestly, your goal is to be great. You want to be known as the go-to expert in your town. Again, show of hands. If you want to be known as the go-to expert in your town, your goal is to get to mastery, right? So then if that's your goal, the blueprint here we're presenting to you is going to help you get there. Here's what's exciting about a blueprint, folks, is that if you want to master anything, it takes 10,000 hours statistically to master something, to get to genius level, okay? But one of the tricks that I've learned, and one of the art and science of this process that I've learned, is that if you get around good people, you have good processes and good tools, and you have good blueprints in place, you can actually hijack that number. It doesn't have to take you 10,000 hours. You can actually do it in less time, right? You can shrink that time through a good blueprint. And that's what a blueprint is all about. So I just want to encourage you guys to process and think through those things when you're building your business, is to make sure that you're not doing anything without a model. And I want you to write that down. You should not be doing anything in your business without some sort of model to be able to follow. Some sort of model or blueprint or whatever you want to call it. Because the second you make that decision, you're choosing to be a pioneer. You're choosing to probably get some unnecessary arrows in your back And so we have a rule in our business is that anything that we do, we go out and we look at what the best people are doing. We look at that model. We look at what the best people are doing with lead generation or whatever it is. We come back and we say, great, how can we apply this to our business based on a model? Where what a lot of other people do is they go, oh, cool, that guy's doing it. I heard this is a good thing. Let me just sign up to all 7 things. Anyone made that mistake besides me, right? We just sign up to all these different things and like none of them communicate and you don't even know why you're doing half of it and you're like, oh my gosh, what's happening, right? Well, that's a good example of not following, a model. And so I'm excited for this journey when it comes to developing this process and helping you guys work towards a road to mastery. And so if you stay to the end of this event, we're going to give you a private link, okay? A private link to 7 days where I'm going to give you guys 7 days of free coaching and training through Growth CEO. And in that process, we're going to take a deeper dive and we're going to focus on some fundamentals. First, I'm going to teach you the art and science of doing video text messaging. I'm going to teach you the art and science of doing video text messaging. By show of hands, who thinks that would be helpful to your business if you got really good at doing video text messaging? Okay? And then what I'm going to do is teach you some basic scripts. Scott and I are going to teach you some scripts that we've used for our real estate business to get people to engage, to revive people from our database, get them to respond, and developing that smart list, right? Who can get excited by show of hands of using video text messaging and developing a smart list to be able to call behind it, right? And then from there, we're going to break down the marketing plan. We're going to actually go through the marketing plan step by step and share ideas on how to feel comfortable on video, share ideas on topics and ideas of going live on Facebook or using video to market and nurture your database. And then ending it off where at the end of the 7 days, you're going to say, okay, I really feel like I can execute on a marketing plan now, okay? So that's the goal. And again, if you want to get ahead of it and you want if you want a copy, this is 300 pages of all the things you need to know sales and marketing. You can go to salesandmarketingplaybook.com or scan the code, okay, on your page, and we can go from there. We can start our journey together. And I want to leave you with one thing. How much time do I got? Negative? Okay, cool. Glad somebody told me. All right, so I'm gonna wrap it up with this because we have another guest speaker coming up. Benjamin Lang is going to walk you through, now that you kind of got an idea of how to generate some leads. He's going to walk you through how to make sure those leads convert with a powerful pre-appointment and listing presentation. And his is lights out. It's the best in the world. But I want to leave you with this. The key to winning in real estate and in business comes down to one thing: mindset. Mindset. Never, ever forget it. And so one of the things that I've found and I've learned the hard way is that there's a difference between a fixed mindset and a growth mindset. See, a fixed mindset thinks about all the reasons why something can't be done and thinks about all the problems of why something can't be done. Some people would call these negative people. We don't have any negative people in the room, correct? Right? So then there's the growth mindset. It's the mindset that looks at a problem and says, okay, how can I figure out how to do this? How can I put myself around the right system and or develop the right system? How do I get myself around the right people? How do I figure out how to overcome this problem? And that's what I love about the modern day blueprint, folks. It's a whole bunch of people that are in growth mindset. We're not perfect. We're kind of a group of rebels a little bit. We go against the status quo, right? We maybe do things a little bit unconventional, but we are in a growth mindset, and we're collaborating, and we're finding ways to make it happen together. And I just am very, very excited to be a part of the modern day blueprint and speaking with you guys today. And so stay in a growth mindset. Thank you for your time. Let's give the modern day agent blueprint a round of applause. And I'm gonna take the next guest speaker. I'm gonna invite Ben Lang to come up. 10-minute break? Okay. So So we're going to take a 10-minute break, folks. If anyone wants to come talk to me or ask questions, feel free to do so.
Yeah. Look, I just wanna make a living, I just wanna do it right. I'm just trying to take what isn't given past the oversight. I'm just trying to make a killing, didn't happen overnight. They talk about my name so much, they start to get over. I gotta ask you, what's your motivation? Are you driven, are you bold? Can you turn this into something on your own? I gotta ask you, what's your motivation? Is it riches, is it gold? Is it something you can find within your soul? I gotta ask you, what's your motivation? Is it music, is it love? Maybe not, or maybe all of the above. I gotta ask you, what's your motivation? Is it faith in the beloved? Is it something you don't plan on giving up? So tell me, what's the drive you got within you, where your mind is often sent you? When you broken down about to drown, it's hard to push continue. I can tell you mine is easy when it's packed inside a venue. When I gotta give my all, you know I'm ballin' just like Kemp do. Cause I'm super like them Sonic, slam a beat, they call me Onyx. Then I hit it like a 3 Ray Allen from the corner pocket, saving legacies. Ain't no way you testing me, chest to chest, I'm better than the best, they call me MVP. More valuable and potent than the stars you see on TNT, MTV or BET. Man, they gon' remember me, that's cause I am the centerpiece. My point is I'm a shooting star, they try to guard my energy. My power far from small, I'm moving forward, you can't intervene. This ain't just black and white, so earn your stripes just like a referee. I'm not who you pretend to be, I'm grounded and I'm gifted. To the day they wanna bury me, that mad I'm moving cleverly. Mad they tryna make me into something that I'll never be. Control my own fate, I'm taking charge of my destiny. Laid the path that's set for me, the 7 deadly sins can never hinder or diminish me. The nouns, words, and verbs are getting coupled with the similes. This is real life, ain't nobody ever simming me. A different type of entity when confidence is into me. A future goat is what I'm gonna be. The crystal ball is christening me into the day I leave my legacy. Look, I just wanna make a living, I just wanna do it right. I'm just trying to take what isn't given past the oversight. I'm just trying to make a killing, didn't happen overnight. They talk about my name so much, they start to get over. I gotta ask you, what's your motivation? Are you driven, are you bold? Can you turn this into something on your own? I gotta ask you, what's your motivation? Is it riches, is it gold? Is it something you can find within your soul? I gotta ask you, what's your motivation? Is it music, is it love? Maybe not, or maybe all of the above. I gotta ask you, what's your motivation? Is it faith in the beloved? Is it something you don't plan on giving up? I gotta ask you, what's your motivation? Are you driven, are you bold? Can you turn this into something on your own? I gotta ask you, what's your motivation? Is it riches, is it gold? Is it something you can find within your soul? I gotta ask you, what's your motivation? Is it music, is it love? Maybe not, or maybe all of the above. I gotta ask you, what's your motivation? Is it faith in the beloved? Is it something you don't plan on giving up? I gotta ask you, what's your motivation? Are you driven, are you bold? Can you turn this into something on your own? I gotta ask you, what's your motivation? Is it riches, is it gold? Is it something you can find within your soul? I gotta ask you, what's your motivation?
Feeling my way through the darkness, guided by a beating heart. I can't tell where the journey will end, but I know where to start. They tell me I'm too young to understand. They say I'm caught up in a dream. Well, life will pass me by if I don't open up my eyes, so that's fine by me. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost. Tried carrying the weight of the world, but I only have 2 hands. Hope I get the chance to travel the world, but I don't have any plans. Wish that I could stay forever this young,
a lap dance. You just wanna pop up on these cons like you the Batman. You just wanna ball out in designer with your best friends. You don't wanna talk no more about it in the past tense. Get me out my zone, I'm just talking comfort, shawty. I ain't give you nothing, you got come for shawty. I got plenty things, you make a run for shawty. Girl, that Ed Sheeran, he in love with my body. Get into it, yo, pop out with a trip. Get into it, yo, if you go to church, I say get into it, yo. I just shit, gotta put that fucking get into it, yo. And I say I just gotta go, get into it, yo. Pop out with a truck, get into it, yo. You go to church, get into it, yo. If she ain't got a butt, fuck it, get into it, yo. Y'all need to take it into that drip like a pavana. Y'all need to take it into my drip like y'all need water. I mean, it's only hit the top of Balenciaga. I mean, y'all bitches better, y'all like Ariana. If they ever tryna knock up, put my foot up in your caca. Call your mama and your papa like I'm finna take a dada. Turn that bitch into a soccer ball and rock. Get into it like a suit and fuck a stack up like a rock. Get into it, yo. Ay, pop out with the truck. Get into it, yo. If you go to church, I say get into it, yo. And if she ain't got a butt, that fucking get into it, yo. And I say I just gotta go, get into it, yo. Pop out with a truck, get into it, yo. You go to church, get into it, yo. If she ain't got a butt, fucking get into it, yo. Thank you, Mickey. I love you.
Riding in the drop top, with the top down, so you're switching lanes, girl. Pull up to the red light, looking right, come in, let me get your name, girl. Tell me where you're from, what you do, what you like, let me pick your brain, girl. And tell me how they got that pretty little face on that pretty little frame, girl. Well, let me show you around, let me take you out, bet you we can have some fun, girl. Cause we can do it fast, fast, slow, whichever way you wanna run, girl. Well, let me buy you drinks, better yet rings, do it how you want it done, girl. And who would've thought that you could be the one? Cause I can't wait to fall in love with you. You can't wait to fall in love with me. This just can't be summer love. You see, this just can't be summer love.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in about 2 minutes. Our program will begin again in about 2 minutes. If you could please take your seats.
We can put this behind us, baby, we can find us again. I know. Put this behind us, we can find us again. 'Cause I don't go. I was alone in this world, and I needed people. I know my funeral gon' be lit, 'cause how I treated people. I don't wanna go, I don't wanna.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Will you please take your seats? Our program is about to begin.
Still has it.
We are starting in 1 minute. Please take your seats. There's 40 people on Zoom.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's great. You want that? Do you want that list? Would it be good? Would it be useful for you?
Yeah, absolutely.
So 40, and then what is there, 40 people here?
Probably 50.
So 90.
Not bad. Not bad. I think it's good.
Is it too obvious?
Not really. Not really.
I'm like trying to.
All right, go ahead.
I love you. You're just like. Okay, can everyone hear me all right? All right. You do not want to hear that. No, we hear that. All right, so we're going to the next segment, and I'm really excited about this segment because we're going to go from having the blueprint to and like talking about generating leads in the system to actually a step-by-step process that Ben Lang uses every single day in the trenches to make sure that the leads that they've cultivated, the relationships they've cultivated, turn into contracts, into closings, and massive amounts of referrals. And he has done such a good job. He is so meticulous with this process and improving it and making it better. Literally, I train and coach in front of this year alone probably 11,000 people, and he'll partner with me in this topic. And when I sent out a survey having to do this topic, it's like one of the most popular segments of our training because he does such a good job breaking it down and he's just doing it in real time. So without further ado, Ben, come on up.
You know I'm back, like I never left. Another sprint, another step, another day,
Mic check,
another breath. Been chasing dreams.
All right, just a couple housekeeping things before we get started. First of all, I do want to say I am extremely humbled to be here speaking with Isaiah, who is absolutely phenomenal. By a show of hands or clapping hands, did everyone enjoy Isaiah's presentation? Yes, he's phenomenal. I also wanted to thank Isaiah and Lee and all of the vendors who are present here. They created a phenomenal event for you guys. So big thank you to them. And then I wanted to applaud you guys. I know we're all busy as realtors, and it's tough to take time out of our day. To those of you who are continuing to learn and grow, I think it's something that should be commended, and definitely a round of applause for you guys too for being here. Lee said something in the beginning. He said collaboration over competitiveness or collaboration over competition. I think it really resonated with me. I think everyone in this room are all into collaboration and not so much. There's plenty of business to go around for all of us. If we share ideas and we just stop trying to reinvent the wheel, I think, it's been through my 17-year career, I've always mentioned R&D, and I don't know if you all are familiar with R&D, but it's rip off and duplicate. Have you heard of that term? And so what I'm sharing with you today, feel free to rip off and duplicate. It's nothing that's fancy. It's just I'm a systems guy. I felt like I wanted consistency across the board with my clients, consistency with the way that I handled things so that with my team I could pass it along to them. So I just created this. And funny story, my team is actually, we're doing 8 to 12 weeks where we're taking what I created and I'm bringing them into the mix so that we can edit it and tweak it. So hopefully in 12 weeks, this will be what I'm sharing today will be 10 times better because I'm getting input from 8 other agents who are, will be able to help me build it and tweak it in ways that I would have never thought of. Who is everyone? I know everyone had lunch. We had a 10-minute break. How's everybody's energy level feeling right now? Are you sure? I'm gonna ask that we do something. Do you guys mind if we do something fun here? All right. So Mustafa has agreed to come up on stage with me, and I'm by no means a dancer, right? So try not to laugh at me too hard. If everyone could stand up. You guys familiar with the cha-cha slide?
Roll up your sleeves.
I want to get your blood flowing. So, Mr. DJ, if
this is something new, the Casper Slide Part 2, featuring the Platinum Band, and this time we're gonna get funky.
Where's the word
funky? Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. All right, now we're gonna do the basic step. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Cha-cha, real smooth. Turn it out.
All right.
To the left. Take it back now, y'all.
Blood flowing?
One hop this time.
Is everyone ready
right
to pay
foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp.
Thank you, yeah.
Cha-cha now, y'all.
Thank you to Mustafa. A big Mustafa. All right, I do want to give everyone a little bit of advice before we get started. I'm going to jump into this. This part is kind of a waste of time, but I want to make sure you guys are listening. That's why we just did that. It's fun anyway. So I've been to 1 million conferences. I'm also a national coach. I'm a national speaker, so I've done this quite a few times. The last 17 years, I've probably been to 30 conferences because I'm really big into growth and bettering myself so that I can give my clients the very best of me. Now, one thing I've noticed is that I'll have 3 pages of notes. And when I get home and I try and execute all 3 pages of that, nothing gets done. Not one thing. It's too much, it's too overwhelming. So my suggestion to you is to pick 3 things in all of your notes, 3 things that you think will affect your business or grow your business at the very highest level, and focus on those 3 things. I think it's important to be said. The presentation that I'm going to do, I've got Lisa and Sarah at the back table here. If you want to give your email address, we will share the presentation with you. So, because I'm going to move quickly because Isaiah took all my time. So we can certainly get you the PowerPoint, and it's got the step-by-step, right? So if you want it emailed to you, we'll do that. Who's big on affirmations? All right. I'm a firm believer. I think we're in a very changing, evolving market where what we did 3 months ago is not going to work for tomorrow. I think our mindset is being affected dramatically by the news media, by clients. I mean, we're running into difficult clients right now. It's frustrating for clients. The media keeps hammering at home. So that comes back to us through our clients, right? So I think it's important to keep our mindset up. So let's do a few affirmations just out loud. I'm going to have you say them pretty loud. The first one we're going to say is, I don't wait for success, I go after it. So 3, 2, 1. I don't wait for success, I go after it. I am making my own future. 3, 2, 1. I am making my own future. I am a success as a real estate agent. 3, 2, 1. I am a success as a real estate agent. I'm making my own future. Not the market. Not the market, despite what the market does. I'm going to make my own future. So 1, 3, 2, 1. I'm making my own future. And lastly, one of my favorites. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it today. 3, 2, 1. I can do it. I can do it. And I can do it today. Little bit before we get started with the presentation. I don't like to talk about myself too much, but I do have a story that every time I speak, I share this story, and I have 3 people minimum come up to me at the end and almost in tears and say, hey, you know what? I really appreciate you being vulnerable. I'm going through something right now in my life, and you have no idea how much that meant. And so every single one of us in this room is going to go through a point in their lives where it's tough. It's really, really, really tough. So I started selling real estate in 2005. I was a full-time investor prior to selling in 2005. I had accumulated 16 rental properties. The market crashed in 2007. I filed bankruptcy. I had just started selling in 2005. So I had my whole life wiped out in 2007. Lost the house, lost everything, started from ground zero. Only 2 years in the industry, 2007, 2008 were a tough year. In 2010, I found a niche. That niche was short sales. I did heavy radio ads in 2010, 11, 12 for short sales. And I became the short sale guy next to another gentleman who some of you may remember, Will Elias. Him and I were running radio ads at the same exact time. I built a pretty fairly successful business from that momentum of short sales. In 2015 or 2014, I opened my own brokerage. I had a team of 15 agents. We were closing quite a few deals. That year, my sister committed suicide. The very next year, I was an alcoholic and a drug user. Destroyed the business that I had built within a year and a half. Divorce, car repossessed, jail, bankruptcy again. So in 2018, I was coming out of that nasty divorce and coming out of inpatient rehab and coming out of all these problems that I had created for myself, and I take full ownership of all of it. So in 2018, I went back as a single agent. My SOI was gone because I didn't sell for 3 years because I was running a brokerage and a team. Sold 6 houses in 2018. 2020, 20 houses. 2021, 37 houses. Then this past August, I decided to start my second team. So I brought on Sarah last August, who was our director of operations. Missy, one of our squad leader, in fact, and has been with me the longest out of anybody. Phenomenal agent. And I started with pretty much Sarah and Missy. And in the last 12 months, we have grown to, I want to say almost 10, about 10 agents. I've since brought on another full-time operations. My beautiful wife, Lisa, is sitting at the back table. So we are, from last year, just starting a team, we are at roughly 14 when you count ops and agents and myself within one short year. So I just, like, literally in 2018, I mean, I'm not joking, my car is getting repossessed. I'm in court repeatedly. I'm filing bankruptcy. Inevitably, people in this room are going to go through the same exact thing at some point or something similar. And I only share that with you just so that if you are going through a tough time, as long as you keep going with the plan, there's light at the end of the tunnel. So enough about that. Who wants to learn about listings? Can we switch the PowerPoint to mine? Oh, here we go. So far this year, I've signed 41 listings, not including the team. I am a listing specialist. I closed 1 buyer this year. The other 41 were all listings. I'm on pace, hoping to hit 70 to 80 listings closed this year. That is my specialty. That's what I do. That quote is very important to me because of the story that I just told to you. In 2014, I was like, man, I've reached the level of success. I'm here. And I thought it was going to stay there. I thought once you hit it, that it's just there. But it's not. It's rented. The rent's due every single day. There's the level of production. As you can see, it goes up and down quite a bit. This past year, the number was 70. This year, we're hoping to hit 120 to 150 with the team. Affirmations, we just went over. But I'm a firm believer. I do have 2 really good book suggestions for you. The first being Go for No. The concept of the book, the philosophy, is instead of starting your day by saying, I'm gonna prospect until I get 2 appointments, you reverse it and you say, I'm gonna prospect until I get 20 no's for the day. Totally changes. I'm also a psychology major. Totally changes the psychology and makes it a little bit so it's not, getting to two appointments a day, that puts a lot of pressure on you. But if you're counting up 20 no's or 15 no's or whatever that number is for you, it's just psychologically, it's not as tough. What to Say for Real Estate Agents, phenomenal read, the audio book. It's a lot of scripts and dialogue. Isaiah mentioned it. Being a master at scripts and dialogue, my team will tell you we are all constantly doing call review and role play because scripts and dialogue are so very important. These are some of so we don't use the word listing appointment. We use strategy session. People are scared off by the term or the phrase listing appointment. What we're finding is that people in this market that is shifting is that people want more than one option than just a traditional listing. So we're showing up with a cash offer. We're showing up with a fix and flip scenario. We're showing up with the traditional listing as well. But we're bringing 3 options to people. So it's a strategy session where we sit down with people and determine the needs and their goals, what's going to best suit them. Because a traditional listing, quite frankly, is not the best option for every single person out there. And if that's all that you're offering as a traditional listing, then they're going to go to Open Door or whatever to find the other option. So we want to be the people that have all 3 options for them, and even more beyond that. When we talk about a CMA, we refer to it as a professional equity assessment report. When we also get our foot in the door, someone who's not quite ready to list yet, we offer what's called a maximum home value assessment. That's where we come in and we give them an actual checklist of things that they could be starting to do if they're listing 6 months later. So again, we're changing our terminology. Does that make sense to everybody in the room? And it's making a big difference for us. I think the team can kind of vouch for that. So I'm a big systems guy, huge systems guy. Like if you want to lose weight, you put a plan in place, right? Go on a vacation, put a plan in place. pretty much any goal that you want to reach. If you're trying to do it without a plan and you're just winging it, you're not going to have the same success as if you have some sort of plan in place. So if we have a good conversation with someone, we're applying that appropriate stage. Isaiah mentioned it. We have an A, B, C, and D stage. Our A's are called once every other week. Our B's are called every other week. Did I say A's are every week? Our B's are called every other week. Our C's are called once per month, and our D's are called every other month. Is anyone using a CRM where they're having a good conversation with someone and they're setting a task to call in 2 weeks? And in their CRM, they have 8,000 tasks. Does anybody have that problem? Okay. So we eliminated this as much as we could. So unless somebody who says, I want a phone call at 5 p.m. next Tuesday, we're not adding a task because it's not efficient. It's not efficient to have 8,000 tasks. If we know every Monday we're going to call everyone in our A stage, and every other Tuesday we're going to call everyone in our B stage, it just kind of dumbs it down, and that's what we do. We have a good conversation email that goes out to them after that good conversation. We are utilizing video in that email. The team is very, very heavy into bomb videos and text videos. We want them, on a listing appointment, we want them to see our face 6 to 8 times, if possible, before we show up at their front door. Anybody know why we want that? Know, like, and trust. We're not as much of a stranger when we knock on that front door. We're connecting with them on social media, just trying to get to know a little bit about them. Applying the action plan, which comes into the automation. HomeBot report, if anyone's not familiar with HomeBot report, I can do a Q&A later. HomeBot report is, as Isaiah mentioned in his presentation, it's getting mailed to several people that have indicated that they want to sell, but we don't know if they want to sell next week, next month, if we haven't gotten them on the phone. They're getting what's called a HomeBot report, and it's very interactive, it's very user-friendly, it's very much similar to a Zestimate, but 10 times better, and it's going into their email. Every time they click on it, we get a notification. Now we have hand raisers. I'm raising my hand. I'm getting this HomeBot report from you. I'm opening it. I'm looking through it. The team gets the alert. Now you're working smarter, not harder. Everything that we do is designed to get people to raise their hand. I don't know about you guys, we have 25,000 people in our database. It's impossible to comb through 25,000 people if we don't have technology set up in place to get people to raise their hand and tell us who we need to focus on. Thank you cards. Thank you cards go out after a good conversation. Thank you cards go out after Google reviews. We're really big on thank you cards. If you guys are not using handwritten thank you cards, I would highly suggest that you add it to your process. Pre-appointment activities, they're getting a credibility packet. Is everyone in the room familiar with a credibility packet? Credibility packet, and this is a video as well, but it also has stats. It has our days on market versus real comp average days on market. It has our recent listings sold, usually about the last 40 listings that we've recently sold. It's got the days on market. It's got the list to sale price ratio, so they can see what we're typically getting for our sellers. The list per sale price ratio as well as the days on market. It has information about our team. It has, it's a sell packet, because I'm a firm believer that when we show up to someone, remember, we're doing a strategy session. We're not doing a listing appointment. We're not showing up and walking in the door and saying, hey, I'm great. I sold 150 houses last year. I'm the best agent out there. You should use me because, I have 12,000 followers on Instagram. It's not that. That's not what we're doing. So we're letting this credibility packet do the selling for us before we walk through the door, so that when we get to the door, the focus can be on the client and the seller and what is their goal and what is their problem, what problem of theirs needs to be fixed, so that we can offer a valid solution to that problem. So I'm a huge fan of the credibility packet. It just, I don't want to be the guy that shows up and boasts about, I did this and this and this, and I'm great. And I want to be, hey, I know you mentioned on the phone, you're trying to get to Arizona. What would getting to Arizona, if I could get you to Arizona next month like you want to, what would that mean to you? How would you feel if we could make that happen? Would a cash offer, I know you're not going to get the top dollar with your cash offer, but if it's the quick and easy and close, and we're really strategizing together, and we're going again back to what Lee said, the collaboration. When I do comps with my clients, I have an iPad and we're looking through what's the active competition. We're looking through the solds together, and I'm asking them, what do you think? Like, how do you think this one compares to your house? I'm very much including them in the pricing process even. And I believe that, when you work with a seller, you do become a team. You become a team at that point. You need their help to do house preparations. There's a lot of things. So I think we're just, that tell and sell. So when I was doing short sales, it was very much a tell and sell. I walked in the door, here's how I can help you, blah, 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 blah. Now our consumers are very much wanting to be part of that process. They're wanting more options than just one. It's just kind of the way things have gone. And I think if we're not willing to adapt to it, the people that have adapted to that and recognized that things have changed are going to be the ones that make it through this market that we're going into. I mean, things are going to get tougher. I don't know. Raise of hands, who thinks the market's going to get tougher for us? Yeah. So would it make sense to adapt the way that we've been doing things? Would it make sense to maybe, Gary Keller, I might get in trouble for mentioning Gary Keller, but his book Shift, I just picked it up and read it again. And I haven't read it for 10 years. We are going to have to learn to shift with the market. The reason it says email yourself comps is because, again, I take an iPad and we look at the comps together with the seller. The appointment itself, we're in a room of realtors, so I already know everyone's typically 5 minutes late to their appointment. Yeah, how many people are usually 5 minutes late? Well, yeah, 15 minutes late. Okay. We call it realtor time. Realtor time. So we're on realtor time. Guess what? If you show up to a listing appointment 2 minutes late, most likely you're not going to get the listing. I see your face. You don't believe me? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've showed up to listing. It just doesn't get you off on a good footnote there. So I like to get there 15 minutes early, and that usually puts me there 5 minutes early, planning on being there 15 minutes early, because I'm the same as you guys. I mean, things happen, traffic, whatever. I like to actually mentally prepare myself in the car, maybe do some affirmations, listen to a song that gets me pumped up. This is like a whole process for me when I go to a listing appointment. It's an experience, and it's something that I don't take lightly. If I'm given an opportunity to meet with a seller, I want to make sure I do it right. We showed a promo video in the front yard before we knock, and that's hopefully a Facebook Live. We're getting better about getting those in. But what we're doing there is we're showing our sellers, hey, I'm already getting to work for you. And it's also more of an implied close, too. Hey, I already started marketing your property. We just met. This is Keller Williams stuff. When they open the door, I usually knock on the door and I get far away from the door because I don't want to be standing in their face when they open the door. Just little tweaks like that. I don't know if people are people doing that? Little stuff like that? I don't know. I immediately say, hey, we had an appointment at 4 o'clock. It looks like it's 4 o'clock. I'm telling them I'm on time. We do a quick tour of the home through the buyer's eyes, ask to snap some photos. The reason I'm snapping photos is because remember earlier I mentioned that maximum home value assessment? If they're not going to list with me that day, I want to get them an email with a report the next day that says, hey, these are just some of the things that maybe you could work on. I know you're not ready to list for 6 months, but here's some value, contribution, value. We sit down at the table, and that's where that strategy session occurs. It really should be a minimum of 10 minutes. This is where you're focused. You are so focused on the client. You're not talking about you. You're not talking about your marketing. It's what are you trying to achieve here? What are you looking for in a realtor? What's been your best experience with a realtor? What's been your worst experience with a realtor? The list of questions that we ask, and I can share that as well, is designed to get the answers to the questions so that at the end of the appointment, when we're going for our close, they've already told us everything that they want in a realtor. They told us their best experience with a realtor, their worst experience with a realtor. We know exactly what they're trying to achieve. People buy on emotion. Well, we all agree people buy on emotion, right? So you're selling a dream, you're selling a dream. You're selling, are they moving away from something bad? Or are they moving towards something good? If you don't know, if your understanding is, hey, I want to move because, seems like a good time to buy. Every time you get an objection, you have no ammunition to combat that objection because you don't know the real reason that they're buying or selling. You don't know what they're moving away from. You don't know what they're moving towards. If you only have the surface level motivation, it's not going to help you. It's not going to help you. You're going to be at a detriment. After we go through that, we do paraphrase. We rephrase and reiterate quite a few things. A couple reasons for that. So I'll be like, yeah, you told me that you want to move to Arizona by February. Is that right? And they say, yeah, that's right. And I said, and the reason you want to do that is because your grandkids are in Arizona, right? Is that right? Did I get that? Yep, that's right. And I'll say, well, and the reason that you're waiting is because you don't retire until January. Is that right? Yep. Do you see what I'm getting them to do with me? First of all, making them feel heard. Second of all, I just had them say yes to me 5 times. Right before I'm about to move into my clothes. You know what a yes train is? Have you ever heard of the yes train? Okay. I'm also, in our society, we're all busy, social media. Most people are on their phones all day. I bet you if I asked the whole entire room, has anyone felt really heard by someone else, be it friend, be it spouse, be it client, coworker, whatever? Has anyone felt really heard and understood and like somebody wanted to understand them within the last 30 days? Yeah. Well, so we had two out of 60 raise their hands. So my point is that we don't get that even from our own spouses. We don't get it from our best friends, right? If I'm a stranger and I show up, imagine the kind of the rapport that you are able to build with somebody when you really are listening and it's active listening and you're saying, is there anything else that I'm not really understanding or anything else that I should know? Imagine the power in that. I think it's extremely powerful. At this point, when we go through that and the answers to the questions, we're either, we're offering them that value with that professional equity assessment report, that maximum home value assessment, a strategy for the future, a home improvement books. We have a book that outlines the ROI on everything. Every repair that you make, it has the ROI percentage. Preferred vendors folder, or we move right into the listing presentation. Not everyone's going to be, it's not going to be right to try and sign someone who's 6 months away. It breaks all the rapport and you lose them forever. These are some of our things. I'm going to kind of cruise through these, but I'm hoping everyone has, well, first of all, does everyone know what a USP and a UVP is in the room? It's a unique selling proposition and a unique value proposition. So have some things that make you stand out from other realtors. Some of the things that we do, we offer professional staging consultation on us, professional cleaning on us, 3-hour organizing session on us. Our Ready, Set, Sell program is a fix and list program where we pay for either staging or minimal repairs at no cost to the seller. We do have a cash offer program. We also have our easy exit. Send an email to us, say you want out, no questions asked. Listing is removed the next day. We have a communication guarantee. They get updates every Friday, every Monday. Constant communication. We do have a client portal that they can log into. Go ahead. Yeah. It's a higher commission. So we also have a commission menu. And I think Nicole might talk a little bit about that, but I'll talk about it a little bit more later too. So yeah, it's a higher commission rate. Your marketing strategy, commission menu, number 6. We'll go into that a little bit. Pricing strategy, let me just say, if you can't get them the price where you want them the price, build in automatic price reductions. No acceptable offer in 21 days, we go to my price. We'll do it your way for 14 days or 21. But we're going to sign in the listing agreement on day 14 or day 21. No acceptable offers. Here's the new price. We're not going to do an addendum, a new addendum. I'm not going to call you. The price is just going to go to this. Trial close is really, really, really important. So in our consultation, once we've got past our strategy session with them, we've asked them, we've already built up, this free staging consultation. We've built up the promotional video. We've built up the free cleaning, professional house cleaning. So my trial close basically looks like, based on what you told me, getting you to Arizona by February is extremely important. I think that the staging consultation that I talked about would be really beneficial now, so that you can just start working on things now and you're not kind of hustling all at the end. So I can have my stager out here next week. Is morning or afternoon typically better for you for your staging consultation? No, we haven't talked about listing or anything. It's called a trial close. I'm testing the waters. If they say, yeah, I like that staging consult, mornings work great for me, I know I can just sign them. If they say, whoa, what are you talking about? We haven't even decided to work together, then I know I have some more work to do. But I love using the trial close. I think it's a great way to just segue right into a close. What other questions do you have for me? I'm shaking my head. No. It's subliminal messaging. No other questions. Great, we're moving on. Here's what's going to happen next. We're going to do this. staging consultation on this day, photos on this day, video on this day, coming soon on this day. And once we've outlined all of those dates, we go through all the docs. I always sign the easiest docs first, and I always finish with the agreement. We get them copies of everything that they sign the next day, and then we recap all the dates for them again. Here's some of our marketing materials. You can see the tiered commission structure. There's a 5, 6, 7, 8. The 8 is that fix and list program. The 7 includes the professional house cleaning, the staging consultation, and the promotional video. We had a safe sell program for COVID. It's one of our yard signs. Recent sales. We give them a roadmap of exactly what to expect. Once we get this process going, there's never any questions about, here's the process, there's 20 steps in this process. A lot of sellers, most of their fear and anxiety comes from fear of the unknown. So I'm trying to include everything that I can to take that away. Does that make sense to everybody in the room? Yeah? Okay. And then our post-appointment. Thank you cards again, order photos, pretty self-explanatory. Anybody have any questions? I blasted through it.
I do.
Yeah, go.
What's your most popular commission that they choose?
Yeah, so if you put 3 options in front of somebody, they're always going to pick the middle. 9 times out of 10, they just pick the middle anyway. I kind of have mine, I took that 8% off of mine. Because really it's a whole different program. That's just, if I'm going to pay to have it actually staged, if I'm going to pay for some painting, landscaping, that's going to be an 8%. I don't think every client needs to see that. So right now we're just at a 5, 6, 7, and everyone. There's a couple different ways that you can use a commission menu. So a lot of times, because we're dealing with competing against so many discount brokers right now, so we'll say, okay, well, I know you really want the 7%. Here's what I can do. I know you wanted that professional cleaning. We don't usually do this for people, but I'm going to give you the professional house cleaning and the 6%. And it's just a way to sell. It's a way to sell. It's a way to avoid that dreaded commission conversation, because that 5% listing, it's a really short list of things that you get. Most people don't want that. They're like, well, why would I do that? There's only like 7 things on that list. And again, most people, if you put 3 options in front of them, human nature, it's just pick the middle. It's the easy thing to do. Anyone else have any questions? Perfect. Let's go to break. 10-minute break. Nicole will be next.
It's bad bitch o'clock, yeah, it's thick 30. I've been through a lot, but I'm still flirty. Is everybody back up in the building? It's been a minute, tell me how you're healing. Cause I'm about to get into my feelings. How you feeling? How you feel right now? Oh, I've been so down and under pressure. I'm way too fine to be distressed, yeah. Oh, I'm not the girl I was or used to be. I might be better. Turn up the music, turn down the lights. I got a feeling I'm gonna be alright, okay, alright. It's about damn time. Turn up the music, let's celebrate. I got a feeling I'm gonna be okay, alright. It's about damn time. In a minute, I'ma need a sentimental man or woman to pump me up. Feeling fussy, walking in my Balenciennes, trying to bring out the fabulous. Cause I give a fuck, way too much. I'ma need like 2 shots in my cup. Wanna get up, wanna get down. That's how I feel right now. Oh, I've been so down and under pressure. I'm way too fine to be distressed, yeah. Oh, I'm not
There's cookies and brownies outside if you want.
I'm coming out tonight. I'm coming out tonight. Woo! I'm coming out tonight. I'm coming out tonight. Okay. Alright. It's about damn time. I'm coming out tonight. 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 Okay. Alright. It's about damn time. Yeah. It's about damn time.
Hey, yo, hey, hey, oh, finding myself, showing myself, finding a way to stay out of the way, holding me back, supposed to come right back. Guarding myself while I'm all on display. I know you know all about it. I know deep down you feel the same. I know you know I feel. I know you know how I feel. How do I feel? How do I feel? How do you say to my face, time heals, then go and leave me again? Unreal, I see us fading away. I'm still holding my breath for the day that you will see that the effort I make is too real. How can you say that you know how I feel? Hey, how can you say you know what I'm feeling, know what I'm feeling? You don't feel nothing, nothing is healing. Time is just killing. How can you say you know what I'm feeling, know what I'm feeling? You don't feel nothing, time isn't healing. Time is revealing. How are you feeling? You don't feel nothing. Just like I expected, falling back on me, falling back falling back on me, falling back on me, falling back on me, falling back on me, falling back on me. Falling back on me, 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 falling back on me. Falling back on me, 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 falling back on me.
Remember the feeling of my fingertips on your skin, and the way that our kisses taste sweeter after drinking, and the way that I rage into your love while you breathe me in, just so you can fill me with you even when I'm not around. Don't forget my love.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin in about 2 minutes. Our program will begin in about 2 minutes.
Can I say what I'm feeling if I don't know how to move? How can I say what I believe in if I only believe in you? I travel many roads and I know what road to choose. Now my world is never changing. There's anything I can do, 'cause I found you. I found you. 'Cause I found you. I found you. 'Cause I found you. 'Cause I found you. I say what I'm feeling if I don't know how to move? How can I say what I believe in if I only believe in you? I travel many roads and I know what road to choose. Now my world is never changing. There's anything I can do, 'cause I found you. I found you. 'Cause I found you. I found you. 'Cause I found you. 'Cause I found you. I found you. I found you.
Guys, we're ready to get started. Take your seats. Let's go.
I found you. I found you.
Okay, guys, grab your seats. We're about to get started. Grab a cookie if you haven't. By the way, doesn't our stage look amazing? So Renee Douglas, sitting over here on my right, with Show Homes, what is it called now? Show Home Services? Because they do more than just stage, but they always bring us a beautiful stage arrangement here. So I just wanted to point that out. So if you haven't met Renee and Tiffany, they're right over here. Okay, let's bring up our next speaker. So this one's someone super special to me, you guys, because Nicole's more than just like an agent that's part of our group, part of our team. She's become like a best friend to me, a confidant, someone who I really respect. She's a big part of why these events even happen. She's super creative. Super hard worker, and you tell her to do something and it's done before it's even left your mouth. So I appreciate her so much. I also really appreciate how amazing she is on social media, something I aspire to be like. I didn't grow up with a phone in my hand. little older than she is, so it comes more natural to her. But it's something that has really been a big part of why she's so successful as a real estate agent. She gets the bulk of her business from her social media efforts, and when you hear what she has to say, you'll understand why. So she's going to talk more about, being present, like Isaiah said. You don't go to social media to prospect people, but it's all part of that presence, right? People, it's just substantiating all the other things you're doing, and she does an amazing job at it. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Nicole Elizabeth Yeager. Am I using Yeager? Nicole Elizabeth Yeager.
When you gonna stop playing? Bad chick, I could be a fantasy. I could tell you got big energy. It ain't too many of them that can handle me, but I might let you try it off the Hennessy.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so full disclosure, as I was walking up here, my freaking pants broke. Like, the thing, it's Shein, right? Like, cheap clothes, man. I know, right? Like, whose pants? I literally had to split the thread to hold it tight. This is ridiculous. Never a dull moment. So, if you guys came to Level Up, you saw a lot of what we did. I know it was mainly a women's event. It was really amazing. I got to do my first real in-person talk, which was awesome because we do a lot of these talks on our Modern Agent Blueprint with masterminds. So doing in-person is a whole nother thing. I was so nervous. On my whole sheet here, I even put my name in case I forgot it. I had to make sure I put everything on here. I want to make sure you guys know who I am. So for those of you who don't know who I am, I'm Nicole Elizabeth. You can just call me Nicole. All my social media is Nicole Elizabeth. I live in Ann Arbor. I've been a real estate agent, as you heard from some of the other speakers, for about 4 years. And I've built a really great business just by leveraging social media in my sphere alone. So I'm here to talk to you guys about some great ways that you can stand out from the crowd utilizing what Ben and Isaiah have already taught you. So, let's go back. Don't do that. So Isaiah showed us how to get leads, and Ben showed us his incredible listing presentation, which I'm pretty sure blows everybody out of the water. I mean, it's just amazing what he's done. So what happens when you, what happens before you meet the client or right after you meet the client? How do you stand out from the crowd? Ben has a series of videos that goes out that he talked about that as soon as the lead opts in, they're going to start getting a series of videos. So he's developing rapport with these clients long before he even walks through the door. So what happens, though, if they Google you? Or if they check out your social media account? Do you even have a presence on social media? And if so, are you proving to them that you are the best choice for them based on what's on your social media? So we're going to cover all that today to make sure that you are ready to rock when somebody does actually Google you. So what are the things and the experiences that you can provide to your clients that stand out from the other agents in your market? Those things that you do are your value proposition. So the definition of a value proposition is an innovation, a service, a feature that is intended to make a company or a product attractive to its customers. So things for your value proposition, these are things that you want to do that are going to make you stand out that the other agents in your markets can't or won't do. So there's a lot of things that you've heard today that you're probably not going to implement. There's a lot of stuff that you're taking away, you're writing your notes like Ben said, but without the systems in place, you're not going to be able to implement all of these things. But what are the things that you can implement into your business? So we're going to talk about some things for your value proposition, things like a white glove concierge service. We're going to talk about tiered listing structure that I took from Ben, and proving to them that you are the local expert. So let me back that up one more time again. So if you've ever been to Disney or you've been to a luxury hotel, you probably know what white glove service looks like. It's, in our business, it's going to look a lot different. But by offering a luxury experience, even to your lower priced clients, you are going to be opening yourself up to a relationship with them that could bring you referral and repeat business that could be tens of thousands of dollars. You never know in this business. So moving on to white glove service. So there's a lot. I have this whole issue with a marketing team. I lost a listing one time because I didn't say that I had a marketing team. So whether or not we have a marketing team, you can call it your marketing team. Like, we gotta be clever in this business. So just because you don't have an in-house photographer doesn't mean you don't have a photographer who's part of your whole marketing team. So your marketing team, and chances are the client's not gonna ask. Most people aren't gonna say, is that your in-house photographer? Nobody cares. They just want really good photos of their house. So the marketing team's gonna consist of people like your photographers, your videographers, your customized print marketing, things like mailers, hard copies that you leave at the house, flyers, a robust digital marketing program or plan. And I'm not just talking about taking those photos, posting them to Facebook, your personal page, and calling that a marketing plan. That's not it. That's not gonna get eyes on the property other than maybe some other realtors, because if you're like me, you probably have 1,500 other realtors on your Facebook page, which is great. It gets exposure, but we don't necessarily need them to see it. We need to have buyers seeing it. So having a robust digital marketing plan. Your marketing team can also handle email campaigns and reverse prospecting for your clients. Don't forget about your showing assistant software or program. And I am talking about showing time. How many people actually pump up showing time like it's part of their program or part of their team? The way you can pitch this is a round-the-clock system that works to ensure that the buyers that want to see your house can schedule appointments at any time, and you don't have to worry about you or me missing a request. It's all done digitally. There's an app that you can have. It's all part of your marketing team. If they're not, first of all, how many people in this room actually pitch showing time to any of their clients? A couple, good. I'm sure we explain it, but we probably don't pitch it as part of our marketing team on something that we offer to our clients. So that's something that you can implement tomorrow, your next client. So we just have to think of clever ways to spin commonly used systems that we are all used to, but the buyer or the seller has absolutely no idea about these things. You should absolutely have a predetermined prep guide or procedure when a lead comes in. This may look like the vendor list that Ben was talking about earlier. Ben has done pre-negotiated discounts with certain vendors. So your client doesn't have to worry about haggling or pricing people out. I just had a client like this, I'm dealing with them right now, who said, I'm too busy, I don't have time to figure out these repairs. I don't have time to figure that out. If you're giving them a list and saying, here, you need a plumber. I have this plumber right here. He's great. He's going to get out here within the next week and he can get all these things taken care of. And I've already negotiated a reduced price than what you would get if you just called by yourself. How valuable is that? I mean, that is a huge valuable asset, and that is part of your value proposition. You're taking the stress out of the transaction by providing this type of value. So you can have a curated and vetted contractor list with pre-negotiated discounts. Your list should also have the most common asked for vendors, things like painters, carpet replacement people, carpet cleaners, house cleaners, stagers, organizers, movers, senior moving coordinators, plumbers, landscapers. The list can go on and on and on. You could also take this list and then have a list that you give to them after they close, with having things like nearby dentist's office, doctors, veterinarians, pharmacies, things that are close by to them in a closing packet. Those are things that people are always looking for. If you're in these neighborhood groups, people are always asking, where's the best veterinarian? Where's the best this? I just moved to this area. Where can I find the nearest dog park? These are all things that you can do. It's not pre-list, but things you can do and implement into your business at any time and point. So if you really, I should also say, these vendors, you can absolutely use them to your benefit in order to get referral business from. Now, let's say you have a plumber on there that you've pre-negotiated a discount with, and they've never sent you business. You can remove them from the list and find another one who will send you business. This is a great way to generate referral business from these movers. Keep them, don't just keep the same house cleaner on there if she's never telling you when people are listing their house for sale. Get a new cleaner who will. So going the extra mile. So if you really, really want to stand out, and those clients are going for a higher commission, which you can tailor, we'll talk about that in a minute. You can tailor your listing structure to have, or commission structure to have higher commissions. You can offer your clients to have a hotel stay for that first weekend, or for while you do an open house. They don't have to worry about the kids or the dog or whatever. They can go to a hotel for the night or for the weekend if you want. That would probably blow the socks off your clients if you offered something like that. What about a unique listing video? Now, a lot of us do listing videos, but not everybody knows that a lot of realtors do these listing videos. So you can position that by pitching it as a modern 60-second video, or even a lifestyle video that's gonna take them on a walkthrough for the house, that's gonna show them the ins and outs where people can actually feel like they are in your home. Pitching it by just saying, we'll have a video done at the house. That doesn't sound as exciting as really emphasizing what the video is gonna provide for the buyer, the potential buyers. Also taking those videos and not just posting them on your social media, but also running ads with them. This is what we talked about, the robust digital marketing plan. If you are gonna spend the money and invest $350 or $300 to $500, sometimes $600 on a video, you better be putting it behind an ad and putting it on social media in order to get some eyes on it. That can also be used at your listing presentation later, where you can actually show how many views your video has gotten on with these ads. So not only are you posting on your social media, but having your friends and colleagues share it, but then also running ads to actually get buyers' eyes on it. So these are just some of the ways to, oh, I missed the part, hold on, sorry. The other option that Ben had talked about was doing the pre-sale renovations and pre-sale inspections. So these are great ways that can dramatically improve your client's net in the end by potentially bringing tens of thousands of dollars by doing some of these repairs. It's pretty hard to say no to that. Some of these items are just part of what you can do for your white glove service. Obviously, these can be tailored to you, to your brand, to your mission statement. All of these things are just ideas to get your brain going. You could do things like, use your imagination and think of what would you consider to be extra, or what would you consider to be above and beyond in this situation if you were buying a house or buying a car or something. Think of a big investment. What kind of things would you like? I'm friends with a girl, I think she's out of Kansas or something, but she bought a moving truck, branded it, the whole thing, the whole truck is wrapped, and she lets her clients use that on closing day. So now when her clients are taking picture of them moving and they have the moving truck in the front yard, her brand is all over it and it is free advertising for her. You could also do this is a little bit, kind of like what Ben said, like we don't always do this for everybody, but you can offer a closing credit to your clients to fund for the movers. If they buy, they get $600. If they buy and sell, they're getting $1,200 towards movers. That pretty much covers the cost of movers depending on the side of the house. So these are things that you can offer and you can tailor based on what your commission scale is or what you want to offer your clients with that tiered commission. So let's go to the next one. So this is Ben's tiered commission structure. He had it small. I blew it up a little bit bigger. But, I'm showing this to you again because I feel like this is something that most agents don't do, right? Most agents do not offer options. This allows your client to stay in control or feel like they're in control of their sale of their house, right? So most people would just say, we're going to give you, it's going to be 6% commission or whatever your commonly, used commission is. But I would say standard here is about 6%. Giving this as an option is going to make you stand out already because nobody else is doing this. Somebody might come in and say, I'll do it for 1%. But what are they actually going to do for 1%? We all know those 1% agents. Sorry if you're one of them. But, I hope none of you are. I'm just saying, sometimes we do it to get the deal or we lower it, lower than we would want to get the deal. However, I feel like you are almost resentful to those clients and you don't want to give them the service because, you're not getting paid as much. So keep things in mind where you're actually allowing your client to feel like they are in control. And you can always sway them, like Ben was saying too. When you read that book, Exactly What to Say for Real Estate Agents, it is amazing. Buy the book. Don't just get the Audible because all of the scripts are in that book. It's incredible. So saying things like, most clients go with 6 or 7%, and here's why. But if you really want to see more money in your pocket in the end, then you could do 8% because this will allow us to do X, Y, and Z, and which will really drive up your net in the end. And again, you're inserting your value proposition and your expertise on why they should go with this way. If you just say, okay, you don't want to do 6% because buyer's agents don't work that hard. It's really just the listing agent that works harder. Let me tell you why that's wrong. And let me tell you, why we need to do this and why we charge what we charge. This is a way to do that, to actually show them what we're doing. Okay? So next is being the local expert. So this is something that I've worked on a lot in the last couple of years, where you want to be known as the person to go to, right? So, after the appointment or even before, they're going to look you up online. And how are you going to show up? We talked about this a minute ago. How are you going to show up? How do you show up as the local expert? Do you have Google reviews to back up what you're telling them or to back up what you're going to tell them when you go in? Do you have anything to show them why you are the local expert? So here are some great ways that you can build up your social media presence in order to show that you are the local expert. So if you guys have ever come to any of the Modern Agent Blueprints, I talk a lot about social media. That's where I get my business from. I'm not going to talk about Instagram and Facebook and all this stuff in this one. We're going to talk about some different ways to think outside of the box that are going to get you to show up in Google. So things like writing articles for your local news or websites that offer advice or to be the go-to local agent. So you can write for local websites, news publications, or even contact your local news station, which I know sounds scary to be on TV, but that's going to go, you're going to be going way above and beyond what most realtors do. If you're contacting, like maybe you see a story and it's a scare tactic story. Rates are going up, the market's crazy. What if you called them and said, hey, I'm a realtor in this area. I would love to talk to you about why I don't think that's right or why we should be presenting this in a different way. They may ask you to come on and talk, and then next thing you know, you are the local real estate expert where they're calling you for all kinds of things. So that's a great way because you can also build up your credibility by saying, you've seen me, or putting on your social media, your LinkedIn and all that stuff, as seen on XYZ News, or as seen in Detroit Free Press, or whatever it may be. You can put those things on your social media, which just builds up your credibility. You could start your own community website or community page on Facebook. So I'm sure a majority of us are in one of those groups, whether it be a neighborhood group or a mom-to-mom group or a garage sale group or whatever. These groups are huge and they are growing continuously. They are huge. So I use one called townsites.org. Actually, Lee and I and a couple of the other people started Town Sites, and it has grown and grown. So right now, this is like the best place to start. So they do all of the heavy lifting for you. So the biggest issue that we had when we started this in the beginning was we just didn't have time to go through and find the news articles and find the stories and find the things. Town Sites does all of that for you. So somebody's going, the people on the back end are going to post those local stories. They're going to post the local events. They're going to find the articles for you and do all of that on your behalf. This is a great way for you to connect with your local communities and build relationships as long as you are doing it intentionally and you are showing up. You obviously don't want every one of your posts to be real estate, but you can get in there and create relationships with people locally and then also trickle in a market update or maybe a new listing or an open house that's coming up. You just don't want to do it every day. Third one is YouTube videos. This is a great way to build, show up. So YouTube is a Google search engine. So I know Isaiah said nobody's really looking up, realtor in Rochester on Facebook, but they're doing it on Instagram and they're doing it on Google. So maybe not on Facebook, but I'll tell you, I have looked for people for referrals on Instagram by typing in a city realtor. I looked it up just trying to find examples for one of my last masterminds where I was looking up local realtors and trying to find people. People do Google it and do search on those sites. So back to YouTube. You could do videos highlighting neighborhoods events, local hotspots, and post these videos on YouTube. They do not have to be professionally edited. You can literally have your kid hold the phone as you drive through a neighborhood so they can see how close the houses are together. They can see the neighborhood park. They can see how close you are to the downtown area. They can see an idea of the trees on the street. People want to see stuff like that, especially for people relocating out of the area or into the area. In Michigan, I feel like we have a lot of relocations. I'm in Ann Arbor. I am a very transitional town. I have a lot of people coming in for residency. I have people leaving for college, like all kinds of stuff. People are coming and going. So YouTube is a great way to build up that search engine. If people are searching Ann Arbor Realtor, I better come up because I want people to find me, or Ann Arbor Real Estate, I want people to find me. And you can do that by using the hashtags and all kinds of stuff. But just keep in mind that YouTube is a Google search engine, so they will push you to the top. If you are looking for, all of us have Googled something and a YouTube video will come up. That's because those hashtags and those keywords have come up in that search. So one of the things that I implemented during COVID is the last point on here, was to do marketing videos for local businesses to promote their business. This was truly to promote them. So during COVID, when all the businesses were hurting, we started doing our local video series where we were going to local businesses, just having a conversation with a manager or the owner, coming back in and doing a short video while we were there. I did it for restaurants. I did it for, I'm like blanking right now, but I did a few different ones. They loved it. They gave us free food, free drinks, free everything, just to come in and take a video on our phone of the food and the drinks. We had it professionally edited, which does not cost that much. It's not as scary as you think. You can have them edited for like $30, and they can put all of the info on the screen. They can put all kinds of stuff. And then posting that on social media, tagging them, and putting it even on YouTube, all kinds of stuff. This was a great way to show that you not only support community, but you also support the local business owners. And we all know that we needed to support local, especially going through COVID. And we're still, we were still just talking about this earlier, that restaurants and stuff are closed early. They just don't have the staff. We need to just support these local businesses. And this is a great way to do it. And it's going to cost you very little to no money. So all of these things also will help you when someone is Googling you. Credibility is key. You heard them both saying it earlier. And to be fair and to be completely honest, I didn't read any of their slides. I didn't know much of what they were talking about besides Ben's tiered scale because I'd seen his presentation before. And everything kind of just flowed together. So the credibility is key. Making sure you're having a presence and doing all this stuff. It all flowed so nicely. So I'm super grateful that I didn't throw this off too much. So it is vital in today's market, almost a non-negotiable, to have a social media presence in some way, shape, or form. You need to be able to engage with your SOI. You need, and like Julie said, I built my business on social media. I don't pay for leads. I paid for Zillow. I paid for Zillow for 9 months and I got nothing. I paid $1,500 a month for Ann Arbor, which when you look at the scale, it's way down at the bottom of who owns Ann Arbor. But long story short, I wasted a lot of money when I was really, truly getting my business from my sphere and through social media, through referrals. So it's really important to make sure that you have a presence in some way on there. So one way you can do this is by encouraging your past clients, your current clients, your colleagues, other business associates like lenders, inspectors, insurance agents, anybody who gets you from point A to point B in your transaction can write a Google review about you. How awesome you were to work with, how professional you were. You can go to your local people. Allie, I want you to, Rick, write a review for me, please. Write a review. Yeah, right now. So the more reviews you have, the more credibility you have. People, how many times have you gone to a restaurant and before you've gone, you've looked at the reviews? If you're going to hire a realtor, most people are going to look at the reviews. Obviously, you want to have positive reviews. This is going to make you more reputable to them. So when you're showing up at their doorstep or they Google you afterwards, they're like, oh, she has sold houses. Oh, she does do a good job. Even if you're a brand new agent, anyone who you talk to real estate about can write a review about you. Anybody. You can have your mom write a review for you. It doesn't matter, as long as it's a review. So, back to this, I lost my spot here. The more social media platforms that you have and that you're present on, it's going to make you a lot easier to find. So if and I know this for a fact, if I try to go and look for somebody on like I Google somebody or I try to find them on a site and I can't find them or they don't have a website I can click on, I move to the next person. I don't, like, to me, that's just, you're not professional. If you don't have a website or you don't have something I can click on to learn more about your business, I move on to the next person. So keep that in mind too, because there's a lot of people like me who are doing the same thing. I preach this a lot. It is imperative to have videos with your face and your voice. People want to have that connection. We as humans want to have that connection. This is how you develop parasocial relationships with people, where people just know, like, and trust you without ever meeting you because they see you and they hear you. Ben said, 7 to 8 videos he wants people to see his face and hear his voice before he shows up at their door. And that's because now they know who he is. They know what he's going to look like. They know what he sounds like. They know what his mannerisms are. They already trust him because he's already been sending all these videos, and he must be a credible person if he's sending all these videos. It is just one more way to get in front of them and develop a relationship before you actually even step foot in their room. Okay, so why socials? So people are going to Google you, or they're going to go on Instagram. I promise you people are searching on Instagram. Make sure they can find you and make sure that there's something for them to watch. Teach them something, make them laugh, it doesn't matter. You just need some sort of connection. You want to make sure that you have a presence on all of these platforms so a client can get a good idea of who they are and who they're meeting prior to you showing up. You're going to create that relationship before walking in the door. This is why Ben's video series knocks the other agents out, because he's no longer selling himself. He doesn't have to. The more we show up on social media, the better our clients get to know us, and we're going to no longer have to fight for that listing. So that's all I have for you guys today. If you guys want more, I do a ton of social media training and stuff on Modern Agent Blueprint, so if you're not in that group, go ahead and join it. I really hope that this was super helpful for you guys, and I hope that you're able to implement some of what you've learned today. And I'm super excited because the next thing we're going to do is we're going to have a panel come up. So I'm going to be welcoming some of Ben's team to come up, and we're going to do some Q&A. I'm going to stay up here too, so if anyone has Q&A for me as well, I'll be up here. But I'm going to welcome to this stage right now from Ben's team, we have Mustafa, Stephanie, and Shelly.
I'll smile, I know what it takes to fool this town. I'll do it till the sun goes down and all through the night time. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Keep my sunglasses on while I shed a tear. It's never the right time. Yeah. I put my arm around so you how strong I am. I put my arm around, I'll show you that I am. I'm unstoppable. I'm a Porsche with no brakes. I'm invincible. Yeah, I win every single game.
Hey guys, before I wanted to take a second because I forgot when I was up here before. So before Isaiah gets started with the actual panel, I just wanted to share some stories. I'm a big story guy, if you can't tell, but Mustafa, new agent, joined the team in I think January or February, but had some health issues.
Yep.
And so really just started the last 2 or 3 months. And what's the over 2 million closed recently?
Almost 2.5 million. About 7 closes in the making.
7 closings in the making. 2.5 million.
Only 3 to 4 months.
Since brand new agent, never did a deal before March. Shelly, rock star.
Yes, she is.
Since February, 14 closings.
Congratulations.
Stephanie joined the team 6 weeks ago, has signed 10 listing agreements.
10.
in
Big time.
6 weeks. Over to my right at the table, Missy Rudin has been with me since day one. She is our squad leader. She is more of a mother hen than I could ever be. And she helps these guys a great deal. So Missy's 20 closings this year, phenomenal volume, incredible agent. And then we've got Lisa's brand new to the team. Trevor, brand new agent, really excited for him to start his career. Sarah's around here somewhere taking video, and oh, there she is. Director of Operations, and without Sarah and Lisa, so we, our marketing coordinator and our transaction coordinator, without Missy and Shelly and Mustafa and all these other people, it's just anything that I do and the numbers that are reflected for the team is impossible. So I just really wanted to take a minute to recognize I've got just a phenomenal group of people, and I feel completely grateful and blessed. So I thought their stories were definitely worth mentioning. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I got some questions, and we hope to have have this be like a mastermind where we're interacting. And I have a couple questions, and then we're going to open it up for any questions that you have. So what I'd like you guys to do, because we really want to hear from you as well, to start thinking and jotting down some questions that you have, because you have so much experience up here, between agents that are just joining a team and crushing it to seasoned veterans that have been in business for a long, long time. So we want to make sure we get the most out of this mastermind. So if you can start thinking of any questions that you have, that'd be great. But a couple questions I prepared in advance. The first question I have is, how important have systems been to you plugging into the Lang State team? How important have systems been for you? And whoever wants to field the question can do that.
Okay, I'm sorry, what was the question?
How important are the systems that Ben Lang's put in place in his business? Yeah. Are they to your success?
So without the systems, I mean, I probably would not be where I am today. I come from probably like yourself, Isaiah. I was challenged growing up. I had, I was in special education and whatnot. So what Ben has in place really has helped me big time. I probably wouldn't be, like I said, where I am today without the systems.
What systems really help you most? Would you say like
dot loop is massive. Before we were using Remind, and I would have to fetch for documents. Today I don't have to fetch for documents. It takes me 10 minutes. I pretty much say, hey Ben, I need these documents, and they're right there. But I also want to say thank you to Sarah and Lisa, because they've also been a huge part in helping us integrate dot loop. They helped us big time. Dot loop has, taken me from an hour of a listing or a buying to like 10 or 15 minutes. So
that's great.
Huge. They could probably talk a bit better.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, so before I joined Ben, I was an agent prior to this, and I was the agent that wrote all my notes on the paper and had a list of people I was going to call. And I got to Ben, and Ben's like, well, this is my blueprint, here's the system I use. And to be honest with you, I'm older, so it was a little difficult, and I was like, I don't understand this, I'm having a hard time, learning everything. And he's like, I promise you, once you get the hang of it and you start learning, all the technical parts of it, calling your A's every week, calling your B's every other week, organizing you on the follow-up boss on your page, and just, it's so helpful. I know where my leads are at, I know who I'm supposed to be calling, I know who's texting, who's working with our AI, we're being alerted by that. It's so helpful, and I'm so much more organized than I ever was before, and so much more productive, and not spending time going through my notebook looking for Sally's name, because Sally's right
Yeah.
there, and I know she's texting, so that's great. I do, but it was a struggle for me at first to get the hang of it.
Awesome. It's great. Did you want anybody else any comments to the question or about systems? Good. All right. Next question is training, because one of the things I talked about in my speech was the importance of making sure that you put yourself around great people or people that are working towards the same goal. I know that Ben is big on training, so what has that done for you in your business?
Sorry. Can you guys hear me? Is this one on? Is it?
Switch.
Is this better?
Yeah.
All right. Training wise, so all the systems that he has as far as onboarding, when you're starting as a new person, from the very beginning, from like what board you're joining to real comp to, I mean, pretty much it's a very impressive system. It's something I've never seen before. So you literally can go from starting at the very bottom and become an agent with 10 listings in 6 weeks. It's pretty remarkable.
Awesome. How about anybody else? Any comments about training, like the daily role play that you guys do, or scripts and dialogues? How much that's helped you?
Every morning at 8:30. Yeah, every morning at 8:30 we have daily huddle. We all get on, and it's always a positive huddle. There's nothing negative. It's all about our wins, about our successes. That goes on for about 40
Bomb videos.
Yeah, we brainstorm. All of our ideas. Sorry, and then following that, a couple days a week we have role play. We have role play scripts. We practice. How do we call with a new lead? How do we call with an old lead? How do we, call? How do we work on when we have
any kind of objection?
Yeah, objections. So it's always fresh. We're always training. He always has new training for us.
Always.
In all different subjects.
Always fetching great things for us to learn.
Listing present or oh, I didn't know you had mine. Do you guys also role play for your listing appointments with each other?
We role play for everything.
Okay.
Listen.
Everything? Okay.
We just role play all the time.
But no, seriously.
Between me picturing Ben trying to give motherly love and then role playing for everything, this is getting a little weird.
Like when I first started, I had no idea nothing about real estate, knew nothing. Ben said, I have a training program. It's excellent. It's amazing. I was like, oh my God, what am I getting into? As Ben said, and Isaiah, I had ear surgery, very, very extremely invasive ear surgery. So I was out for January, February, March. The first month was, Ben did, I think, 160 hours or 200 hours worth of phenomenal training, live, like actual, on the computer and doing stuff to help us, to help me try to plug and play everything. So I took February and March, and I literally knocked out all the training videos from start to finish. And that's how I was able to come, to today's numbers because of him. It truly is an honor and a pleasure to be working with you and on your team, and with Sarah and Lisa and Eminem over there, Missy.
Eminem.
Yeah, we got our little Eminem team.
I mean, just so you all know, this guy makes $100 a day consistently.
Yeah.
He's
a machine.
I don't take no for an answer. I do not take no for an answer. If they tell me don't call me, I'll schedule it for the following week. I'll pick up the phone, I'll call them and say, hey, you remember me? I'm Mustafa. They'll be like, man, I told you not to call me. Yeah. And then I waited out 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and eventually they'll
warm up.
picture voice.
Yeah.
Now that we're doing bomb videos, it'll be more interactive, so they can see my beautiful face and hear my voice. And I'm gonna take up some of this girl's stuff here, man. That was good stuff.
Yeah, really good.
But even so, like he was talking about, so I have leads that I've been calling since January, that I'm nurturing since January, who I just will sign this month.
Yep.
I mean, it's not, and I'm not bugging them or driving them crazy. I'm just like, hey, Shelly with EXP, just checking on you. I remember you had surgery. How are things coming along? How is your projects in the house? And this goes since January. I mean, some of these people, I feel like, I'm more their friend, and some of them maybe I am. I'll never even have them as a client, but hopefully most of them I will. But that's, it's a long-term,
That's powerful.
that Ben has taught us, so.
And I gotta say one thing though. We are very client-driven, very client-centric. I mean, Ben teaches us to really care about our clients, and it's not just a number. It's really reaching out and making sure they're okay before close, after close, during the whole process. So thank you for that, Ben.
All right, we're done. You can talk, Stephanie.
Okay.
What's up? Yeah. What about when it comes to, I think you asked this question, but I want to ask it a little bit of a different way. How is having an effective listing presentation that is systematized, what does that done to your confidence when you're actually going out on the appointment? And I'd love to hear from you, because you guys.
That's a good one. So confidence-wise, actually all of them, they don't know you. So, we're doing the videos. I'm not the greatest with video, but it's one of the things that we're working on. So you're walking into their home and they're meeting you for the first time. Mm-hmm. So they have to know and trust you. But having the presentation from the beginning to the end is phenomenal. Every step. So working with Ben, and he's like, this is what I recommend. And I've been out with him a few times. And I've been out with several other people where it's like you just bring a CMA and it's like, this is this is what I think your home's worth. Whereas we can just walk them through. And when he's talking about the interactive, as far as bring your tablet and include them with all of those steps, it's groundbreaking. It's changing.
Awesome. I have a question that might be best for you, Nicole, but I'm curious also for the other team if you've experienced this, because what's happening more and more is you go out on a listing presentation or you're interacting with a client, and then all of a sudden, I don't know if you ever had this happen to you, but they start searching you, or they start looking at your Instagram. They start. So Nicole, I know you talked about this a little bit, but what has that done for your business as far as conversion? Because I think sometimes we think social media, we think well, it's not getting me new leads, or why am I spending time doing this social media? So maybe you could expand on the importance of having that presence a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that was loud. That got loud real quick. I mean, a lot of the people that I work with already know, and trust me because they see me on social media. The ones that don't, that I go out and I meet with them, a lot of times I'll tell them, I have a very active social media. I work really hard for my listings, and I'm going to do a very in-depth social media marketing campaign, and this is what it looks like. And so I have, in my listing presentation, I have screenshots of the videos that I've done and the ads that I've run that shows this had 23 shares, and this had 5,000 views, and this had this, and to be able to show this is what I'm going to bring to you. Most people don't have that. Most people will consider and I'm guilty of it too. In the beginning, I didn't know what social media marketing was, and I thought just posting that listing on my personal page was marketing, but it's not. It's a lot more in depth, and once you learn, how to run a Google ad, and you learn how to run, a Facebook ad, and you learn how to do these things, it's very easily duplicated, which I know Ben talked about, duplicating a lot and ripping off and duplicating. I mean, I didn't get this idea from myself. I mean, I saw somebody else doing it, and I was like, that's brilliant. I want to be able to show that in my listing presentation. So having those things along with having a presence and having Google reviews. I press really hard to get Google reviews. I will give a $10 gift card to every single client who writes a Google review for me. I have a quarterly marketing thing that I do, campaign that I do with mailers that has a QR code on the back that takes directly to my Google page. And if they update or they do a new review or have their husband or wife do a review, if the other person did one before, then they're entered in to win a $100 gift card to wherever they want. So my last one, was a gift. She wanted a gift card to Amazon. So I bought her a gift card to Amazon because she was one of the 8 people who either redid or gave me a new review. And I think that's, making sure that you have those reviews and making sure you have that credibility is really important, especially if you're going up against multiple agents. Did that answer that question?
Yes, that's great. Yes, you did. No, I think it's like when I'm sitting here processing, actually, like thinking about our real estate team at my hometown when you're talking about this, because when you're marketing your listing and you're doing all the right things to serve your client, you're achieving so much, because you're getting, not only are you getting the social proof, you're able to capture that and like take screenshots of that, but you're also to be able to take that social proof and use it to win a new listing too.
Right.
So like, that's one of the things that it was just hit me home. I got super convicted about, and I'm hoping that you guys picked up on that, is that the basic of putting it on the MLS and like doing a little simple, maybe like post on social media to market the listing, whether it's a hot market or not, we're missing the bigger picture. Like, and this is what they'll like, I know Ben's all over this. You should do everything that you possibly can to market your listing as many ways as you can, because you're going to get data to show your client. Your client's going to feel like they're being served. You're also going to be able to collect that data and use that data and use the social media to actually go win more listings. And I call this the flywheel. The flywheel, as it has less friction, it spins faster and faster. And that's essentially what you're doing, is you're creating a system where it's all working in unison, and it just spins faster and faster, and you just get more business that way. So
there's ways that you can market an open house. Did you guys know you can market your open house on Waze?
Wow.
You can market your open house on Waze in your own Waze app. I mean, there are
so many ways.
How many people knew that? Nobody knew that. So
many ways.
Yeah, you can go in. You can go into your Waze and you can customize it to add your open house, and now it will show up when somebody's driving near that area. So, how many other agents are doing that? Besides the ones that are on Zoom right now and in this room. You guys are all going to be doing that for the next one. But there's a million different ways to market a property. You can tailor what you want to do. I mean, not everybody has a budget to run a $250 ad campaign on that, but tailor it. You probably have $20 or $25. Do the minimum. At least have something to show.
Awesome. That's great. So we want to transition to opening up for you guys to have an opportunity to ask questions for 5 to 10 minutes or so. So we're going to kind of have somebody go around and hand the mic. What questions do we have?
Can you wait for the microphone for one quick second? Sorry, because we want to be able to have the people on Zoom be able to hear too.
Thank you. Do you have a personal account and a realtor account, or?
No.
So it's all one?
Yeah. I personally, this has always been up for debate. You will hear every person who talks on social media have this debate. 100%, if you want somebody to know, like, and trust you, you have to have personal and business together. Because you need people to see your family, or see that you like to play pickleball, or see that you went shopping at Somerset. You know what I'm saying? Like, people want to know you in order to know, like, and trust you. If you have a boring page that's just a bunch of stats and graphs, nobody's going to pay attention to that, and they're going to go right to the next person. So, to me, 100%, you need to have one.
Nice, thank you.
Rule of thumb is 80-20. You want an 80% personal, 20% business. It's a good rule of thumb. It doesn't have to be perfect like that, but that's kind of a good rule of thumb.
I don't follow that.
What's that?
Mine's like all social media rolls. Or reels, I'm sorry, reels.
Yeah.
I do a lot of reels, but it's
yeah.
showing personality though too.
Yes.
So.
All right,
if you have any questions, raise your hand
question.
and we'll have
go ahead and
runner
raise your
come to
question.
you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, you had mentioned when you are interviewing local businesses that you are doing an edit on that video for $30. Who are you using for that? Is it like a Fiverr thing?
Yeah, Fiverr or Upwork. You can easily find people. I mean, I had one, you can find them for $30 to $50. If you just tell them, so a lot of them will say that it's a $50 minimum. If you tell them, yeah, it's a little out of my budget. Can you come down at all? They'll say, well, what's your budget? And you can say $30. They may come back and say 35 or 40, but at least you're getting a discount. But I will usually do it through them. Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them, if you do it consistently, they're more apt to give you that discount too.
Yeah,
They know that you're going to get repeat, if you're going to give them repeat business.
Yeah, I did like 3 videos with the same guy, and he just messaged me the other day. He's like, hey, got any videos coming? Because he knows that I'm going to come back to him time and time again. So, what am I putting in the video? It just depends on what the video is. It could just be a video I'm putting out on social media for lead generation for an ad. It could be the business video if I'm going to send a video out. Like if the one I did for Black Pearl in Ann Arbor, we had a professional video editor do it. That one was a lot more expensive, but I found some cheaper ones who will do it for far less. Any other questions?
Questions?
For myself or Ben's team? You can just put your hand up and somebody will come to you. I think that might be, are we good? Anybody? Julie has a question?
You got a question?
And Julie has a question up front. Yeah, well, she's coming. Here, say it again.
Do you always use the tiered commission structure every single time?
Here.
When you go in for the listing appointment? And have you been competing with other agents? And tell me like what kind of conversations occur when you do the tiered? Because
Yes.
no one else is doing it.
Right. So yes to both, and I didn't realize that most people weren't doing it. Not surprised, but so yes to both. When it's presented, a lot of times you'll get the objection of, I really don't want to spend 6%. And then you have to explain to them, 6% is really not going to me. And with this 6%, this is how it's going to break down. And then going through what we can offer. And typically, once you start going through that, people are like, oh, well, this would be great. Can we do this? And, as far as the cleaning and or the staging, that's really important.
The power in the tiered commission structure model is that we live in a world where we have choices.
Mm-hmm.
And when you go and only present one choice, you're completely going against human psychology. And especially if they don't know you. Now, if you're working off of referrals a lot, you might not get as much resistance, right? But a lot of the appointments you guys go on are people that you haven't met yet, right? And so that's number one. Number two, the power of the tiered commission structure that is in place there is it actually shows more the value that you're mapping out, and what she was just saying. It shows everything that goes into actually taking on that listing contract, and how the money is. It's not how the commission's kind of split out and broken up, and between those two things, it's such a powerful. There's so much psychology there. Because it's easy for somebody when somebody says, "Oh, I have one choice and it's yes or no." Okay, that's one thing, and you'll lose. Like they're gonna say no, but if their options are not yes or no, but which option works better for you, I think we can all agree there's a totally different psychology in the decision-making process there. And I think that you found that. It's probably one of the reasons why you're outside your awesome personality, but like you're getting a lot of listings, right?
Yes.
So.
For sure.
Yeah. Next question.
But have you lost any? Has anyone said? Everyone. No, Stephanie, so we're talking 10 listings in you're talking 6 weeks. So I got to think you got most all of them.
Yeah. And they're all coming over the next couple of weeks. So stay tuned. So there's technically I have 7 more coming up over the next 4 to 8 weeks. And then I'm telling you, it's the best way to go, honestly.
Where are you getting the leads from all of it?
Yes.
Google pay-per-click. Yeah, Google pay-per-click. Yeah. Just finding a good company that can do it for you if you don't want to do it for yourself. But that's like when I was talking about Google pay-per-click.
Yeah.
Jeez, oh man. So yeah, it's pay-per-click. I mean, but we have Sarah and Lisa that are working tirelessly every single day to improve the internet presence and to really drive not only a good lead volume but the correct leads
Yep.
for our team. So that's where we're at with it. We like to do our own lead distribution and create our own lead distribution rather than there's a lot of companies out there that are kind of overpriced and a waste of time.
Awesome. All right, question. Over here.
Hi. Hi, guys. Congratulations, Stephanie, on your success. I've been following your career for a minute.
Thank you. As to you.
Oh, thank you. Well, besides the Google pay-per-click, was there any certain system that you would recommend that you've seen definitely make a change in your business?
Like leads?
Yeah,
you mean?
any kind of,
Okay.
I mean, anything different that you were doing prior that you think has really made a difference? Whether it's nurturing relationships, lead gen.
Is that question to her specifically?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
go ahead.
So, I'm sorry, she was asking specifically about.
Is there anything else besides the leads that have helped you with your success?
So several things. One, the CRM that we use is phenomenal. Seriously, I can't, when they talk about, we currently use Fallout Boss. It's been a game changer.
Automations, priority alerts, smart lists. So it's one thing to have a CRM, it's another thing to program to actually have it work for you. So one of the things that they do well, and it's something that we teach in the Real Estate Nexus community is, and Scott actually trains and talks about this, where most CRMs are just like how do you say it again? It's like a storage unit, right? Most people treat their CRM like a storage unit, where if you take the time to hire somebody to help you get it set up, or you set it up, yourself, if you have the capability to do that with the A, B, and C, you have the automated systems working in the background, and then you can look at the reports of people interacting with your content. You have these smart lists. So that's like what's happening is after they come out of their training and role play, they have this list of people that they know they're going to be following up with. So when they make those calls, it's more of a productive phone call. Would you guys agree with that? Like, instead of just calling randomly through your storage place, right? And so I think that's a big thing and that's what, going back to the training, my first training is like, the leads are the easy part. It's leveraging the digital marketing strategies and the automation to your favor, so that when you do go follow up and you do go prospect, you're doing it in a smarter, more efficient, effective way, experiencing less rejection. You're still gonna get rejection, but it's just a much smarter, easier way to do it. So I hope that answers your question. Good? Okay, awesome. Yep. Okay, good. All right, we got time for one more question. Do we have any more? Okay, great. Oh yeah, there's 40 people in the Zoom room watching right now. Let's give a round of applause for the 40 people in the Zoom room that's hanging out with us. Woo! Yeah. That's great. That's great.
I have a question for the panel. So the stuff that Ben implements, is that all stuff from your coaching program, or is it different? Or is it kind of like combined?
Yeah, so if you look at the blueprint that I went over with you, I wish I could take credit for like all the ideas. But basically what it is, it's a collaboration of, what I did is I interviewed the top 1% of everybody in my network. Like agents like Barry Jenkins do 900 transactions a year. Like the best recruiters, like the best recruiters in the industry, the best listing agents in the industry. And what I did is I just brought what everyone was doing and that was the best in their area of focus, and I just brought it into one blueprint. So it's not really Isaiah Colton and Co. It's a collaboration of and somebody said collaboration, but it's a collaboration of the best practices in the industry. So if you opened up that blueprint, yeah,
like Ben has implemented it, but he hasn't learned it all just for me. He's gone so many other different places, but it's literally that blueprint is what he's implemented, if
Well,
that
and-
answers your question.
Yeah,
So.
and if you guys have not already downloaded that blueprint, that book is phenomenal. I wish you guys, did you have a copy of it over there?
Yeah, can you?
There's a copy
Scott,
over
you mind
there.
bringing it up?
You guys, there is scripts in that book. There is, like, everything you could possibly want is in that book. So, the reason why we named it Modern Agent Blueprint is because there is a blueprint to success. Nobody's recreating the wheel here. We are not doing anything mind-blowing. We are just following the blueprint that has already been set in place by all these successful realtors before us. And this book right here is like the holy grail.
Yeah.
It's like the Bible of real estate. It's got so much stuff in there. If you guys, you should absolutely download that book. That's on your QR code.
Yeah, so like the chapter 1 is basically what we call sales and marketing fundamentals. Then it goes into lead generation and niche marketing, chapter 2, and then it rolls into database marketing and lead follow-up. And then we go into social media and video marketing. And each one of them gives you actionable steps on how to take the ideas you have and implement them. And then it rolls into prospecting and lead conversion. And then we do, there's a whole section there on client experience. And then if you're really trying to go from where you want to go from like, okay, I have all these ideas and now I want to put these systems in place to take it to the next level, there's a whole section on there, and then it ends off on wealth creation. And I want you guys to really, I think a lot of us don't think about this, but we're not in this just to do real estate, right? We're in this to have a blueprint to build wealth for our family. And the tail end of it gives you ideas on how you should be budgeting yourself and where you should be putting your money and what you should be investing in over the long haul of your career. So that way, as you have more success and you're making more cash flow, you can start taking that cash flow and having it compound and go just be from running a business to actually becoming an investor. So it kind of walks you through the entire journey. So I definitely recommend you download it for sure.
And I mean, I'm just going to say this. So Isaiah we are partnered kind of with him with his coaching program with our team, and it has been incredible to see the stuff that he offers with his coaching program. So I know he's going to be talking about a challenge here soon, but it's a free challenge.
Yes.
You should do it. I promise you, you will walk away with a ton of knowledge out of it for sure.
Awesome.
So I'm just like, I know you didn't really talk a whole lot about this, but like the dashboard that you have for the coaching program is just, it's incredible. There's so many tabs and so many things that it's just, you could get lost in there for days. So
I appreciate it.
thank you so much for
Let's give them a round of applause. Appreciate it. Thank you, Nicole. Awesome. All right, so I think we're going to transition into wrapping up, right? Is that correct? Okay, good. Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Scott, if you can come up. Flyers. Cool. So just wrapping up here, I want to hear what you guys got the most out of today, and I want a little bit of interaction if we can have the mic go around. What did you guys take away the most from this? If there was one thing that you took away from this, what was it? And I want to hear from at least one or two people. Yes, thank you.
The commission structure, that's an awesome way of presenting your commission.
Awesome. Round of applause. That's great. Big takeaway. That's great. Yep, in the back.
I definitely need a system, or a better system than what I have. I feel a lot like I'm doing this all the time, and this whole process just seems very cohesive and something I can definitely take a hold of and make it super easy. So this time next year, I'm doing more listings and it's working out.
Awesome. Round of applause. That's huge. Anybody else? Any other takeaways? Good? All right, so one of the things that, one of the reasons why we do this challenge, and for those of you that sat in on this presentation, what we want to do is I want to give you an opportunity to join the 7-day challenge. And this is, like I mentioned, there's been, what, Scott, like 11,000 plus people, agents, I should say, that have been through this challenge. And it is a free challenge. There's no charge to it at all. But it's an opportunity for you to take these ideas and to turn them into action immediately. Okay, and if you look at the most successful people on the planet, they've developed the habit of taking action. Okay, I'm sure we would all agree that's a really important habit to develop, right? If we want to be successful in our agents, or in our business, that's a really important habit. And so the purpose of this challenge is to spend some time together and to really dig deep and go through this blueprint that we've talked about here today and start taking action on the key components of it. And what's really crazy about the people that take this seriously and actually follow through on it, they start getting immediate results. Like I'm actually doing one right now with a previous convention that we just came off of. They're on like day 4. And just from the video text messages that she's been doing with the script that we recommended, she's already set up 5 appointments, okay, in this 7 days and has 1 listing. And we're only on day 5. But she's been following it and she's getting immediate action. And what the big promise here with the 7-day challenge is that if you participate it and you apply it, you'll come out with having experienced what it's like to be able to execute a marketing and sales plan efficiently. And that's the power of it. And I'm not exaggerating when I say it's life-changing. And then what happens is you start seeing things that you like to do, and you start seeing things that you're like, hey, look, I need help with this. And then we go on a journey together, and you can make a decision whether you want to stay part of our network or not. But it gives you an idea to know what to work on over the next 12 months regardless. And that's kind of the exciting thing, part of the challenge. And a lot of you may not have the tools that you need or the process that you need to actually go out and execute against a marketing plan. You might feel like there's some gaps there. And so one of the things that we've done, in addition to the coaching company that we run, is we also have a digital marketing company. And we're partnering up with the Modern Day Blueprint and Town Sites, which some of you may or may not know of, but it's this really, really awesome tool that's getting ready to roll out. And we have something that is completely optional for you. You do not have to have this to participate in the challenge, but if you got a flyer or no? Yeah, they're okay. Okay, you want to talk a little bit about it? Okay.
Absolutely.
So first, yeah, go
doesn't
ahead.
like giving up the money.
Yeah.
No. No, I'm just kidding. So, guys, Real Estate Nexus, Ren 360, we're a digital marketing firm that really focuses on helping you get your database organized, right, labeled properly. We heard a lot about what database is. How many of you guys have social media followers that own properties that are not in your CRM right now? Not in your database. Probably a lot, right? Okay, so we're gonna help you get your database organized, and then we're gonna set up sales and marketing strategies to help you start drawing business from that database. Second, we're gonna set up a very unique strategy to help you generate new listings, okay? I always say this, 1 listing you get should turn into 2 or 3, every single time. You say, what do you mean? If you're promoting and marketing that listing the right way, that's one of the things we're gonna show you with one of our tools, is how to make sure you run a digital, just listed, just sold campaign. Don't tell me about your postcards. I know about those are great. But more people are on social media and Google than they are looking at your postcards. Okay? So you need to have more ways to touch them. And then third, we're gonna show you how to build that power brand, that authority in the market, that trusted advisor that's gonna be centered around video. With the offer, okay, we normally give a free 14-day trial for our base Ren 360 package, okay? It goes to $397 a month after that. That's just standard, guys. You can go to our website anytime you want and do that. Today, through a flyer that is over at that desk, we have a special QR code, okay, where you're gonna get up to 3 users. So rather than 1 user, you're going to get 3 users that can tap into this. Okay, that's an additional $800 value, okay, per month that we're going to waive for you. We're throwing in our Ren Geo app. You talked about our dashboard, okay? This is an app where you can drop a pin anywhere in the country and pull data for homeowners in that area based on price point and geographic location. You want to talk about growing your database, guys. You are going to be able to add thousands of contacts to your database with a click of a button. That's it. We're throwing that in. That's $200 a month, guys. We traditionally charge for that. We're throwing it in for free. Okay? And we're also going to provide done-for-you marketing content. How many of you in here right now are professional marketers? Raise your hand. Yeah, I love it. Yes. Well, here's the thing, guys, right? We need to be, but how many of you are ready to take action on that tomorrow? And you know what content to create and you can go do it? It's tough, right? Well, guys, if you come into our free trial, that's $147 value per month. We're also throwing that in at no additional cost, okay? Social media content, your blogs. So if you're going to do blogs or posting, we're going to be sharing all of that content with you. It's a total package, guys, that normally costs just over $1,700 a month for a traditional agent. Today, we are going to give you an opportunity to try it out for free for 14 days. And then after 14 days, if you see the value and you like it, you're going to pay $397 a month for your lifetime of your partnership with Ren. Okay? So that is the promo that we're going to do. I'm going to be at the desk. Last thing, we're doing a live raffle. If you come in, we're giving away 3 prizes. One person's going to get it for free for 90 days. 90 days rather than 14. 90 days free. Second person is going to get a hard copy of that playbook for free with a one-on-one consultation with myself and or Isaiah. And the third one, it's actually what it is also marketing content that we're going to be creating, but it's one of our master classes. So guys, how many of you need help with Google Local Service Ads? How many of you need help with Google My Business? We literally have master classes, guys, that we put together with the top people in the industry that we are going to give away for you for free with a one-on-one consultation. So not only are you going to get all the things I just offered, but you will go into a raffle. We will be going live on Facebook next week to announce our 3 winners. All right, so with that being said, I'd love to see you guys at the table.
Thank you, Scott. Round of applause. So here's the action steps, okay? Join the challenge. Ladies, if you want to join the challenge, or ladies and gentlemen, can they scan the QR code and go to my site? So if you go to the QR code, just scan the QR code, and if you want to join the challenge, do this right now, okay? You want to do this right now. Scan the QR code, and you go to isaiahcolton.com, and you're going to see where it gives you an opportunity to join what's called a daily dose of sales and marketing. And when you join that list, my team's going to reach out to you, okay? And then we're gonna when they reach out to you, they're gonna give you the time and a special private Zoom link to start the challenge. All the challenges will be recorded, packaged for you to take the learning, but it's gonna be awesome. We're gonna rock the house. And then if you join the challenge too, what's also gonna happen is Lee and Julie have come out with a product called Town Sites, and they're gonna give you exclusive access, early access when it's ready to be rolled out to help you become the digital mayor of your local town. It's an unbelievable product, and you'll be put on a list to know about that first when it officially comes out if you join the challenge. So what you want to do is just, again, scan the QR code, go to click on isaiahcolton.com, register to the Daily Dose of Sales and Marketing, and we'll send you all the information from there, okay? The last thing that I want to say is I want to also just give a special thanks to our sponsors again, because if it wasn't for the sponsors, this event would not be free for you, okay? Can we give all the sponsors a huge round of applause, please? Okay? And here's what I would like to ask of you, okay? Because I believe in reciprocity, okay? It's really, really important, is they gave you value today. This event was free because of them. I would ask of you to do at least one deal with them, or whatever they're offering, to try and just network with them, sit down and have a meeting with them because of reciprocity. Can I get just a show of hands? Who's willing to commit to give them at least one deal or one sit-down conversation by a show of hands, okay? Because of the reciprocity. Good, pretty much the whole room. So make sure you follow up with them, okay? Because they're going to be committed. And again, we thank you so much for the sponsorship and everything that you guys have done. Let's give everybody that helped put this event a huge round of applause. Really, really awesome. From the DJ to the sound booth to the event planning, it was really, really awesome. And I just want to leave everybody with one thought, okay? And we're pretty much, did you guys want to say anything before we wrap up? We got to do the raffle. Great, so I'm going to get out of the way. You guys do the raffle. Okay. And then we'll do the raffle? Okay. So, has anybody ever studied, actually, most of you have not, probably. I'm not even going to ask that question, stupid question. So, I want to give you guys an analogy that goes along with growing a business. And the analogy is related to a bamboo tree, okay? So, like, if you look at a bamboo tree, when it's growing, a bamboo tree doesn't actually like take off in growth. It takes months and months and months and even years where it doesn't really grow. There's a period of time where it's not growing. But what it's doing is if you look underneath the ground, it's growing a massive base of roots. And the roots are getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And then what happens, all of a sudden the bamboo tree shoots up and it grows inches like super fast and like grows really tall fast. And the reason why I give that analogy is for a lot of you, you're in a place right now, some of you, you've taken a huge risk to get into real estate. You put yourself in maybe some credit card debt. Others of you are going through transition. You're feeling the market tightening. Some of you have doubts. Some of you have worries. Some of you have concerns. But here's what will happen. Here's my promise, that like the bamboo tree, if you make a decision to just get a little bit better each day and to improve the roots and the foundation of your business, and you stay around good people no matter what is in front of you, no matter what you're facing, because it's happened with me, it's happened with Ben and other great people in this room. If you just keep going and just one step further each day, one step further each day, and you keep just making that foundation go deeper and deeper and deeper, all of a sudden what will happen is you'll see a spike in your business. And you'll go to the next level. And then you keep going deeper, deeper, deeper. And then all of a sudden you'll see a spike in your business and you go to the next level. And so I just want to leave you with that analogy, is just getting a little bit better each day and moving forward each day and letting that be your solid ground and staying plugged in around great people. And the sky is the limit. You are awesome. You are great. You have everything that you need. There's nothing that you don't have to be successful. You just have to move forward one step at a time. Thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to talk to you today.
Thank you. All right, so I know that you guys are ready to win some stuff. That was not the most classy way to get up there, but whatever. Okay, so you guys all gave us your tickets. Actually, I'm gonna have you hold this so I can pay attention. I'm gonna trade you. Okay, so Align Lending gave us two. Is that the ones that they gave you? You keep those because that's how you're gonna win. These are the tickets that you each got a ticket.
Speaking of Align Lending, they had one quick announcement.
Oh.
Before we raffle off your gift, Align Lending, you had a quick announcement about an upcoming event.
I heard open bar.
Wait,
Okay, August 26th. Say the time again. 12 to 3 at Top Golf in Auburn Hills. All right, guys. So Align Lending, thank you guys so much for being one of our premier sponsors. We are so thankful for you guys. They had two $50 Visa gift cards. So if you guys want to get out your red tickets, when you came in, they gave you a red ticket. We put the other side in here. So the first one is 798156. You must be present to win. 156. Anybody? Maria's checking some. Let's wait. No? Okay. We'll go on to the next one. We got 798138.
There we go.
Woo! He's got him right there. No. All right. The next one for the other $50 gift card is one. Only one. Give him one. He was really excited for a second there. All right. 798166. Woo! Look at that. Neighbors. All right. First Premier, is it FPT's first Premier title? They also gave us a $50 Amazon gift card. All right. I have 798173. Yay! All right, and then we have a doTERRA essential oil kit from Jen Coosdale. All right, we have 798142. Yay! I'm just going to say yay after everyone. Sorry. All right, show me the next one. We have
The Moscow Mule gift basket.
Moscow Mule gift basket from the Modern Agent Blueprint. All right. That is 798180. Yay, Andrea.
It's the Made in Michigan /
Oh, Made in Michigan. That's cute. Okay, so Mansfield Insurance brought us a wine basket with some Yeti cups. Looks good. All right, we have 798154. Yay! I'm so glad everyone's still here. All right. We have 2 gift baskets. Anna Maria, thank you so much. What's the name of the company? Or your store? Or it's just from you? Just from Anna Maria, Realtor. She's amazing. Okay, so 2 gift baskets over here. The first one's going to go to 798189. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on, one more. Yes, you have to be here. 798140. Okay, sweet, awesome. All right, and then for the other basket, the other wine basket is going to be 798175. Yay! And you won today. She said she never wins anything. All right, what's next? Oh, we have our, I don't know. We have 4 Tigers tickets from Title Solutions. All right. Last one. You guys ready? 798135. I hear a sea of I hear everyone going, oh, okay. 798177. Oh my gosh, seriously. Okay. 798187. Yeah, nice. All right. All right, you want to wrap this up? All right, you guys, so that is all we have for you today. Thank you so much for everybody coming. Thank you to our vendors and for our sponsors. We are so incredibly thankful. We hope that you guys can take some of this that you learned away and start implementing it right away.
Just one night, all we got. 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 I ain't got time for you, baby. Either you're mine or you're not. Make up your mind, sweet baby. Right here, right now is all we got. A little party never kill nobody. So we gon' dance until we drop, drop, drop. A little party never kill nobody. Right here, right now is all we got. Skittin' ba da